Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 30th, so we're back on track. We had a awkward Thursday stream because of an awkward Wednesday stream in which an insomnia incident caused me to basically fall asleep as I was streaming. So, we're on the Asian account. We have this 40 win 2 victories with Shaman and Warlock setup, and the thing here is that we just don't really, we need to do that one thing and that's kind of it. Today could be a pretty short stream if it weren't for all the backlog of games that came out on Steam. So playing on the Asian account, I'm learning that, wow, that was a long load. I could certainly do this and try to get something, and we'll give it a try, but I'm learning that more often than not, you're better off using the basic recipes for the Asian account since it's such a new account. I'm having to realize and give up the idea that I know how to make decks at all that will win, at least. I mean, I know how to maybe make decks that there will be interesting and different to me, but that doesn't easily translate into actually winning. So we're in a weird position with that because I don't have, I don't know what I'm really gonna do when the new expansion comes out. I'll probably make half interesting decks and half standard recipe decks. Although I won't be using standard recipes, I'll be using Hearthstone hsreplay.net, which is integrated to the Hearthstone deck tracker app here, to tell me directly what is the best decks that my collection can make. See, these are all overload cards, so probably no reason to play this right now. There's a game called Quadro, Quaddro 2. It came out March 30th from Mental Lab Studio. It's the only game they've released on Steam, which says something odd because then why is it a 2? It's 15% off for $1.69. Also, if I sound a little bit loud, there's two reasons for that. One, my ears are a little bit clogged up, and two, I turned down the master volume some more. I love my Yeti microphone, which I think it's a blue Yeti, not the Snowball. Yeah, that's right. But it just does not, for my setup, make it sound the way other people hear it. Like, the content when I'm streaming, the content when I'm recording is the desktop audio is a lot louder than the microphone audio, but the feedback that I hear with the headphones plugged in directly into the bottom of the Blue Yeti does not coincide with that at all. So I don't know what to do there to fix it, other than just getting a different microphone, which I can't really flippantly do that. I guess this could be Quadro Squared. It could be the name of this game. Seems like it's a puzzle game where you drag around dots trying to make squares. It says it's rated E from everyone. You know, I should probably just stop at that point. If somebody is gonna lie, because we know it's a lie, we're almost 100% certain that the SRB did not rate this game that's showing up on Steam out of nowhere by some no-name person. I should probably just stop there and not buy the game, because if they're willing to lie there, there's really nothing trustworthy with this company. It's not a company you really want to give your business to. Ignoring that idea, this puzzle doesn't look awful as a puzzle game. It's not something that that's going to keep your attention for very long. But it's got a lot more here than a lot of other games. Apparently you can make 3x3 squares too. And there's like dots that you can drag the other dots on, but then there are areas where there are no dots, so you have to do other things. Doing all this taunt attacks and not getting my unbound elemental out there. Yeah, this doesn't look like a terrible game, but I still can't recommend it for no reviews and no user reviews and just no credibility on the company's part. I need to definitely figure out also a way to speed up the process of looking at games. And trying to balance that with considerably fewer articles now. Apparently Arc System Works is going to announce a new seemingly RPG game on April 1st. This might be an April Fool's Day, or it might not, because it's not like the Japanese companies celebrate April Fool's Day that much. And maybe now we can get on the path. Let's see. Some more information came out for Dragon Quest Builders 2, which looks like it's a Japanese game right now, where no guarantee that it's coming to the West, although there's a decent chance. If it does, it will come to the West on the PlayStation 4 and Switch, like it's coming to Japan there. Not really a great article here. This is one of these articles that they do where it's like, we know the subtitle of the game is going to be the protagonist and the setting, which is actual news to report, but very possibly not worthy of being mentioned. Let's see, if we do this and then do this and cross our fingers. Didn't quite get as much as I would have liked.
Elements guide me.
Let's see. A game came out called Snail Trek Chapter 4: The Final Fondue. This is an interesting, like, Star Trek reference. Let's see. In fact, it's by a developer who's got the entire an entire series of games called Snail Trek, which is an interesting idea. So it's Snail Trek Chapter 1, Interstellar, Snail Trek 2, A Snail of Two Worlds, and Snail Trek 3, Let Us Be, and The Final Fondue. See, the thing here is, if they're going to do a Star Trek reference, I don't think they're doing enough of a Star Trek reference. Because I believe Star Trek 1 was called The Final Frontier, and Star Trek 2 was The Wrath of Khan, and Star Trek 3 was The Search for Spock, I believe, and Star Trek 4, what was Star Trek 4? Maybe that was called The Final Frontier? I don't remember. Star Trek 4, I think, is the one where they go back in time. Then Star Trek 6
Job's done.
might be Generations. And I couldn't tell you with any accuracy the Next Generation movies after that in the order. So, like, I'm not the biggest of Star Trek movie fans, so I don't know the order either. But this is the latest version of this, and this literally looks like a snail version of one of the old Sierra type-in adventure games. It's got that CGA animation style. I mean, this really is a callback for people who would love to play a new Sierra game. And this says it came out March 29th, 2018. I almost wonder if this was if somebody had told me that this actually came out in the 80s for PCs and they were just re-releasing it, I'd certainly believe that. Alright, so we've got to kill this one and this one and we go ahead and play this to just be careful. And I guess we could just nope, can't do that in the turn. The description of Snail Track is relive 1980s nostalgia with this text parser driven graphic adventure. Yeah. This is crazy. And you can get the whole series. It's 15% off for 84 cents. And you could get the whole series for $2.28 with 42% off. Thank you. As a positive review, both the reviews are positive. They're selling a very odd thing here, certainly. And you really couldn't translate this into a modern game too much, the text parser thing. And I couldn't really play a game like this. I've often wanted to see if there was a way to do speed runs by recording text inputs into a game like this via the ScumVM engine. That way I could just hit like a button, hit the shift button, and it would type in the right answer, because that's really the only way I could play a game like this. And I've got to sign back into Steam because, well, no real reason.
Is someone injured?
You have been.
And that's one victory. Let's see. Gotta sign into Steam over here with the authenticator. Steam has put a hold now on Counter-Strike Go skins. Therefore, you cannot quickly turn around and trade CSGO skins right after you buy them, in an effort to slow down, if only slightly, combat like CSGO skin gambling. So I'm gonna follow this game, Snail Trek Chapter 4, the Final Fondue, just because I kind of want to. It's a shame, I guess. He started in December 12th, 2017 releasing these games. Or, no, November 30th, 2017 releasing these games. So maybe this person actually will go on to do something bigger and better later on in his career. So I wanted to just play as this Murloc deck just to keep it spicy, you know? Don't want to do an overload deck back and forth. That's not an article worth working. So, Screen 7 has been retweeting that a game called Kinky Island has backer repayments available from April 2018, and apparently Indiegogo is this Indiegogo project for a point-and-click adventure game called Kinky Island that looks a lot like Monkey Island as I'm looking at the pictures of their development. Yeah, this is kind of exactly what I would want, is something like a spoof of Monkey Island. There's enough room certainly for this. I think what they're doing is calling it Kinky Island is gonna be, it's gonna have some Leisure Suit Larry type jokes in it. Although it's still gonna have like a low pixel count blocky graphics, so. And let's see. One day ago,
back to your homes.
Read more. He posted, "Hi folks, this is to let you know that all backers will be entitled to a repayment from early April. You will be able to reclaim your pledge amount until the end of 2018. The main reason is because I understand this game has taken far too long since its Indigo campaign to see the light of day, but please understand." Let's play a little bit of this. I'm gonna freeze this one and kill this one. I'm gonna kill this one. Development of the game does and will continue. Pledge rewards will not be affected. You will still get a copy of the game and other rewards. We are still paying the £2,000 you originally pledged for art, etc. Full info will be here as kinkyisland.co.uk at kinkyisland.co.uk and sent via email very soon. Pledges under 25 will be repaid in one payment. Pledges over 25 may be repaid over 2 or 3 installments. We continue to work on the game, but it is a slow burn for numerous reasons, including art delays, let's see. Including art delays, changing development interest, and the very nature of the game in today's gaming fray. I'll explain further when full info on repayments is put out. If you want to get a head start, drop an email to this email address, screen7help@gmail.com, titled Kinky Island Pledge or such, and write your name and email address and when you pledge so I can verify with Indiegogo payments info, and from there I should be able to get you the amount paid back. If you paid via PayPal, you will need to tell me your PayPal email address. Otherwise, folks, follow the instructions. Blah 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 blah. So Screen 7, if you don't know, and you probably wouldn't, is involved with the Cat Lady point and click game, and let's see, that's kind of all you would know from him. And
reporting for duty.
So he raised on this Indiegogo, it seems like $2,592 to make this new game, and he wanted $2,000 for a flexible goal on Indiegogo. And I guess in the end he found that he had enough money to not need to go in this direction. And so he's giving the money back, and it's kind of killing me right now is I want to say this guy is a good guy, but I don't know this guy. like, I get the impression he's a good guy. I like his work. This is the first instance I've ever seen of a video game developer ever giving any money back from any Kickstarter or Indiegogo, while also still saying they're still gonna continue developing it. There's several more. There's like 3 more paragraphs here explaining what he's doing. The big bold text here says no one should feel scammed over a goofy game. Like, he's being so considerate here to not just disappear and feel like he ripped people off. There was 51 backers to this game, so it wasn't a successful Indiegogo in the first place, but that's nice. If it could be also that he was getting some flack for not releasing games. The last development update was 5 months ago after this update today, so there has been a considerable amount of time. I wouldn't be surprised if some kind of legal person got to them and said you should pay them all back and just let somebody else publish it. It's a little strange that you would even go for such a little amount of money to fund a video game, even as a single or small point-and-click adventure game company, because honestly, he seems like he could have gotten a loan at a bank for $2,000 pretty easily. Just a signature loan with no business plan needed, no real credit or anything like that. Well, you do need credit, but not you wouldn't have to put your house up or your car up. Well, geez, that was an easy thing. This glitch has been happening where it shows you this twice, but you don't get it twice, so don't worry. Like, I only got 4 extra packs, and we'll be opening at least 60, probably 65 packs on this account alone. That's all we needed to do on the Asian account. The European account is going to be the one that's going to take most of the time today. On the other hand, if I could try really hard to make this scenario that sounds really good sound bad, with him refunding all the money and still giving all the backer rewards. So basically, he got a short-term loan for free, which arguably maybe that is something you can do without actually promising to do that. We need to win 3 games in any class, and we need to win 5 games of any class in any mode, which means I can cheat it and play the solo adventure dungeon runs if I need to. But right now I'm actually still... We've got a little bit of time. If I can get 2 victories, that would be nice. On just 2 victories on ranked, playing mage, which is the basic of basic cards, and this is the basic of basic decks. There's really 2 ways a Kickstarter campaign fails. They take in a bunch of money, or well, I guess it doesn't matter how much money they take. They take your money and they don't deliver the product, or they do deliver the product and it's less than what you what you wanted, or different from what you wanted. I suppose in this instance he took people's money for a while, got an interest-free loan off of it, and then paid them back. Geez, if I'm just gonna get quick victories, I'm not gonna be able to editorialize or have an opinion on anything. Moving on, there's a story called Origami Nightfall, which introduces new characters, powers, and complex scenarios. It's apparently PS4 and PC. There's this trailer. Let's try that again, I suppose. It's got a nice looking cell shaded art style. It kind of looks like if you were going to do a new Mark of the Ninja with the camera zoomed in a lot more. There's a female ninja and a male ninja working together. They have some kind of technology that makes their backs glow, and they have some kind of magic that they're also playable in co-op or single player. The thing about going 3D, like, was there a game just called Origami that came out relatively recently? Like 3 or 4 months ago? I think there was. And this might be DLC or a spin-off of that. Interesting. Because there wasn't a... Let's see. Wow, they're saying Origami arrived October 2016. Wow, that's almost a year ago. And now they're going to bring in a sequel that's probably going to be a little bit better. I appreciate people trying on new intellectual property instead of just having the same,
the light dims,
like just the same new gameplays, new games that fail, and then you don't do anything different with your next new game. I heard someone talking about like Heavenly Sword, and Heavenly Sword just like did not ever get a chance to have a sequel, which it would have been hard to have a sequel or a prequel, but there was really no talk about it at all. And that's kind of a shame because I love that game, but apparently the person that was talking about it said it was actually critically panned for being too samey. Which is just more evidence that most video game critics don't seem to know what they were talking about, or probably never did. I'm looking at a game called Game Career Tycoon. It has 8 reviews. It's by Raptor Claw Games, which has made another game called Gladiator School that's mixed reviews, and Pro Gamer Manager. They want $8.09 with 10% off for Game Career Tycoon, Gamer Career Tycoon. It looks very much like it is just one of those games. There's nothing really wrong with these, but there's nothing special about these. And you know you're starting from a lazy idea to begin with, because it is just a simulator tycoon style game trying to appeal to people who want to be gamers. Let's scroll down to the reviews. Let's see, recommended, not recommended, roughly 4 to 5 hours of game, 5 to 6 hours of gameplay. Gameplay is self-explanatory. You start with 2 different paths, being an esports or a streamer. You can do both as well. You can upgrade your internet, PC, mouse, headset, webcam, etc. Once you've saved up a lot of money, you unlock options to open your own esports company. You can have up to 5 teams and send them off in tournaments, hire and fire players and managers. Let's see. Overall, here's another recommendation, not recommended. Overall, nice idea, but the game is very unbalanced in terms of scaling. I was earning $500,000 a week just from streaming just after like 2 hours of gameplay, and the game startup is poorly optimized. I think inherently you're probably sending out a very false message too, that any random person can just in 2 hours or a couple of days become a streamer that's earning $500,000 a week. There was shock when we heard that one streamer was making $500,000 a week, and with the assumption there is not very many people, maybe 4 or 5 other people are making that much. Maybe not, maybe there's 100 people making that much, but not everybody. The review ends far from being a game dev tycoon, and I guess that's the thing, is game dev tycoon is being recommended here, and it's $10, and this is $8.09. Why in the world would you buy this knockoff game? Let's see. Like, knockoffs just shouldn't be bought at all. Next game we have is called Digital Diamond Baseball. It is the only game by this developer. It's 15% off at $13.59. That's quite a lot. And it looks like a management sim for baseball. We certainly don't need another one of those. No reviews, clearly. Nobody's gonna put in. Lying about getting an E for everyone review rating. Like, that's the next thing I think Steam really needs to start cracking down on, is people who are completely lying about whether they're ESRB certified or not. There's a game called Fatal Velocity Physics Combat. It has 1 review. It's Range +1, which this is their only game. It's 30% off for $9.09. It doesn't look bad at all. It looks like it's probably a test demo asset flip of something. Like, seems like you're jumping around a bunch of floating platforms and islands and swinging and hovering with some kind of electronic rope. Let's see. Bring the pain. Just gonna keep smashing people. So I've been watching this, well, this actual feminist, the second wave feminist, talk about women in games, and she's not annoying because she's not being obnoxious and bringing up some interesting ideas. And it doesn't matter. Her name is Leona K, and I'm sure somebody's gonna eventually tell me that, oh yeah, there's something wrong with her, that she scammed people into funding her YouTube series, or she's said a bunch of crazy things or something else. But right now, on my knowledge, she seems like she's at least not annoying. And she brought up an interesting thought in my head, that without even really saying anything. In these first-person perspective games where the character that you're playing as is really just a human suit, it's kind of surprising games haven't adopted a different skin tone for the fingers. Like, that is the easiest of easy ways to be inclusive. Just have in the menu, I want my hands and fingers to be white hands, black hands, pale Asian hands. You know, you can have certainly several different types of melanin in there, and you don't have to make a full character. You don't have to make different body models if you're just showing hands. I imagine if I was to pay attention a little bit more, I bet there's a decent number of games where you're just always wearing gloves for that reason, too, in first-person perspective games.
Versus Jaina.
You asked for it. Oh, it is on.
So yeah, that's something I think anybody could do easily, just as an asset on Steam and Unity and Unreal's asset stores. Here's a 12-pack of different skin-toned hands. They're all exactly the same, they just have skin tone differences. Looking at this game with the first-person perspective enhanced reminded me of that. That's why I mentioned it. It looks like it's an asset flip of a tutorial. It's multiplayer only, online multiplayer, single multiplayer, early access. It's too expensive. It's just a physics game. There's a decent number of recommendations here, but I really don't. Like 9 positive, no negative reviews, so I don't trust him. Like, alright, we're just gonna do this in return. Because this is like a Gary's Mod type game, and that's what's selling it as, I can't recommend it. It may get people's attention, but as it stands right now, I prefer to not recommend a game like that doesn't have any games. Galgun 2 has its first costume DLC. Now it's worth mentioning that Galgun is one of the games on Steam that has the most expensive collection of DLC possible. I believe it was somewhere around $340 worth of DLC for different costumes, and Galgun is the game where you run around and shoot anime girls with your heart gun. Yeah, I don't really want to waste a coin just to do that, particularly since this might be counterspell. So Galgun 2 is also going to have a large collection of that. The 3 costumes, and this first one barely qualifies as to the phrase costume. It is Babu Bubbles, and that's B-A-B-U, so that's probably a Japanese way of saying bubble, or a baby talk way of saying bubble, and it's this slightly younger looking anime girl that's literally just being covered up by bubbles with a rubber ducky on her shoulder and a pacifier in her mouth. So that's about as nearly nude as you probably could get on Steam. The next one is Bewitching Nan piece. Nan being the sound the cat makes in Japanese. So this is a bewitching cat outfit, which is a ruffled blue dress with a cutout in the chest of a cat that's not really exposing too much of a bust. Not that this anime girl has much of a bust to expose, and cat ears and cat hair clips, and I believe a tail. And then the third one is Sexy Bikini, which doesn't actually look like a sexy bikini. It looks like a rabbit girl in a rabbit girl from like the Playboy dress up things that I guess they don't even do. So, alright, well, you know what you're getting with Galgun, so there's really nothing you can complain about any of this. The biggest complaint you can make with Galgun 2 is why is there not some reciprocity here? Why isn't there a guy gun series? Moving on, there's a game called Lazy Devil's Game Life. It came out March 30th. It's the only game by this developer. It's 30% off for 69 cents. It looks like an RPG Maker game. And English language is not supported. And this. And this. And
job's done.
Let's see. There's one Japanese language recommended, one Japanese language not recommended, one recommended, one not recommended, and another not recommended. So it's like 3 not recommended to 2 recommended for this RPG Maker JRPG game, tagged with sexual content. Although, like, honestly, when you're making a lazy RPG Maker game like this, I wouldn't be surprised if you intentionally put in one scene just to get that tag. You'll get more sales that way than trying to be something different. Just trying to be a regular RPG game. Next game we have is called Lethal Lawns Competitive Mowing Bloodsport. Interesting name. It's by a company called Dime Studios, which made one other game called Blockopolis. No discount for Lethal Lawns. It is $4.99. It came out March 30th. And it looks like it might be a little bit more than an asset flip, but almost certainly all of these are not assets made by this developer. 4 players running around driving lawnmowers, and when they hit other players they can shoot them up in the lawnmower and leave a bloody mess behind. Let's see, single player, multiplayer. It's kind of in the vein of Gang Beasts, but with lawnmowers. I think the lawnmower, as being the main gameplay mechanic, is a little crazy. It does also, I suppose, give this Splatoon vibe, because when you cut down the grass, it's leaving the grass as a specific color, so you see which player has cut down more grass.
Job's done.
Let's see. Apparently there's up to 8 players that can play between 4 controllers, sharing gamepads. Well, like, that'd be insane. I think this is crazy. Crazy idea to go above 4 players locally. With no reviews and looking at it though, I still think you'd probably do better with Gang Beasts. What it's adding with the Splatoon element on lawnmowers, and the lawnmower being the main and if not only weapon, it really looks like it's the only weapon, and that kind of hurts the game, because there certainly would have been opportunity for other kinds of weapons, even lawn themed, like lawn darts, you know, benches, tables, planted pots, all kinds of different weapons you can have that would have different effects.
Right all along.
So no, I can't recommend that one. Next game we have is called Radurgy. Came out March 30th. No reviews. It's the only game by this developer. It's 25% off at $2.99. What is this game offering? Now this definitely looks like an asset flip of it looks like it might be some kind of puzzle game, like Incredible Machine, but rat, built around the idea of a rat.
Are you ready for this?
I should have attacked this guy while he was still at 0. Come to think of it. Because now I'm just going to lose. Well, I'm going to lose either way, so it didn't matter. Seems like it's too expensive a game to roll the dice on. And the graphics would have looked good in the mid-80s, maybe even early 90s PC games, but now they don't look that good. And for any game that is going to be like the Incredible Machine and have a bunch of different puzzles, I suspect it would need a bunch. But now I'm looking at it, it actually says it's multiplayer only. And local multiplayer only like that. So it doesn't seem like there actually are any puzzles. Which then I'm confused about what kind of game this is. Maybe it just gives you some maybe it's like Ultimate Chicken Horse or something where the players place the elements like the conveyor belts. Again, a game can't recommend, which is going to always be a consistent theme when you're looking at every single game on Steam. Let's see. There's this game called Black Clover Quartet Night that Gamatsu has a screenshot of. It's this lady with a sword that she's like putting lightning magic into. And I want to see this. Now I believe Black Clover is an anime. So this wouldn't surprise me if this is an anime based game. Which typically they're not the greatest. With Dragon Ball FighterZ being, I guess, a notable exception. Yeah, they're showing me a whole collection of characters I don't recognize because I haven't ever seen Black Clover. And it seems like it's a hack and slash game with team RPG elements. Yeah. But it's like no turn-based fighting, real fast running and jumping. Something like what you would do to a modern version of Quake arena shooter type game. They're showing off a treasure hunt mode where you're running and jumping looking for this treasure specifically. Excuse me. Well, Black Clover Quarter Nights is due worldwide for the PS4 and PC in 2018. In Japan, it will only be released for the PlayStation 4, which that's an odd way to do things. There definitely would need to be more than just this treasure hunt mode, which is all they're talking about right now, for people to want to play it. And frankly, I haven't heard a lot of people talking about Black Clover, so I'm not sure if it's a really popular title or not. Doesn't seem like it is. Gamasutra has an article called "More Than Orcs in Space, Devs Measure the Enduring Influence of StarCraft." The original version of StarCraft, I believe, is 25 years old now. And it's the continuation of the developers who made Warcraft, not World of Warcraft, the real-time strategy game Warcraft, and they wanted it to they wanted to do some different things and not be locked into just always making orcs versus human games. This is an article that would be interesting, but also it's not an article that is a very much loving retrospective to an old game that doesn't have any real validity here. What would make it news is if StarCraft was on sale in some way. I mean, StarCraft effectively is free, but to get all of the content, I believe you still have to pay some amount of money. So if they were to give away the whole game, the complete collection for free, that would be cool. If they would put it on sale, that'd be cool. Certainly, I would like all of those on my Blizzard Battle.net accounts, since my Warcraft copies and StarCraft copies are sitting in some box in some garage somewhere. So who knows if I could actually install the game from that disc. There's another game called Vikings Drakkars, D-R-A-K-K-R-S. It is awful looking. It is one of at least 8 pretty bad looking games. It's a fake game from almost certainly, because the person who released this game also released a game called Crypto Monies, misspelling monies, I believe. Well, whether it's a fake game or not, it's an awful looking game, and I certainly wouldn't pay the 66 cents they're looking for right now for it, and nobody else has reviewed it. Like, cheap MS Paint looking graphics, not worth your time. And that's from Azimut Team, AZIMUT Team. There's still a big problem for people just flooding Steam with garbage games, and there being no mechanism to recognize and see those things. Gamer Citra has an article. Submissions are open for the 15th annual Into the Pixel Game Art exhibit, so maybe we'll be able to see that. Yeah, there actually is. If you go intothepixel.com, www.intothepixel.com, there's a /artwork/index.asp. There's a way you can look at each of these art exhibits and see these pictures, and that is cool, I suppose. Like, not too much what you could really do with that. Maybe make a fashionable background on your PC. Since it's really just an art exhibit of almost fan art, it doesn't really have too much to do with video games. It's just fan art. I imagine you could find quite a few Twitter artists and DeviantArt artists and Tumblr artists that make exclusive video game fan art, if not exclusive to a specific game. Let's see, Gamancer has an article, Level 5 CEO, all future main titles will be released for Switch. Which I guess tells you that the 3DS is out. With Toys R Us going out of business, I was certainly thinking about what would be the ideal amount of discount for a Nintendo Switch. I haven't really given any thought to getting a Nintendo 3DS. I suppose if 3DSs were really cheap, that would maybe make sense, but since the Switch is also portable, I can't really buy into that.
Reporting for duty.
Like, there are actual games on the Nintendo Switch I want to play. I cannot even begin to pretend like I can name even a single 3DS game I'd want to play. There's probably a Mario RPG game out there or something. Like something that would lock into place in my head and go, oh yeah, that's something I would like to I'd like to play, but I bet there's less than 5 of them. I'm trying to see what level 5's games are and if they're listed here as far as what games level 5 have released. Let's see. Inazuma 11, Ares, The Snack World, Frenzy Life 2, Yokai Watch for smartphones, which that'll be interesting. Lady Layton, which I don't think that's the actual name of that game. Ultimate Hero. So a heavy Japanese developer, certainly. But it's the beginning, certainly, of the end for the 3DS, when someone is publicly willing to say they're not going to make 3DS games anymore. And it seems like that is very much what they're going to do. I tried to click cancel there, and it connected me so fast. That is a little funny. It's another game called Pilfer. 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 It's the only game by this developer, 40% off for 59 cents. It looks like a student project. The art's not terrible. Looks like a platformer. Of course, when I say it looks like a student a student project, there is this element of lowered expectations. So I'm saying it looks good for a student project. It actually looks pretty terrible for a game, and it's not really something I'd want to probably play for 60 cents. If I'm going to play a platformer, I want to play something that really is recognizable and known.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Jeez, I played wrong there. There's one negative review for this game. Completed in 10 minutes, got all achievements in this time. To get a perfect game, it is an easy thing. While it was nice to play, it's too short to recommend. Yeah, I wouldn't pay 60 cents for 10 minutes of entertainment. I just wouldn't. This is a game that should not have been allowed on Steam. It should have been a free thing on a different service, even if Valve owns that different service. Like, this is too short, too simple. They need a minimum 2-hour experience, and the refund element is not working as much as it probably should. Like, I'm not sure people feel like it's the right thing to do. Well, it probably is the right thing to do, to get a refund for a game that's less than 2 hours after they've played the game, even if they had fun. Like, because that does feel real slimy. But in the end of the day, I think we need to punish, I think we as consumers need to punish people who are making such short products and selling them for any amount whatsoever. Like, I met these games that are 10 minutes long and going for 60 cents, or just a couple hours long and are going for 60 cents, are the equivalent of somebody, a mime on the street. Like, people should be tossing money into the hat, not the mime demanding 60 cents from everybody that's walking by and happens to watch them mime for a second. We need higher standards than that. And it's very possible that the only way we're going to ever get higher standards than that is by by underpaying people that make short games. So next game is called Otaku's Fantasy 2, O-T-A-K-U if you don't know how to spell otaku. It's rated very positive, 81% of 53 users, came out March 30th. It has nudity adventure RPG. Let's see, the developer has also released, let's see, several other games that I imagine are all sex games. This one seems like it's all in Japanese, at least on the screenshots. The animation's not great. It's got some of that lower visual novel quality animation. Single player only, full audio in Japanese and subtitles for Chinese and English. It's 40% off for $1.19, and there's a whole bundle here, including Otaku Fantasy 1, which honestly that one looks better. This is a novel RPG. I think that probably means it's a visual novel. Let's see. And the one English review gives it positive. And I guess I'd have to look at the 12 negative reviews. But all the 12 negative reviews are in Japanese. So for one that's in German. It's too long to try and muddle through German to figure it out. Yeah, there's nothing here that you... I mean, honestly, these screenshots aren't showing anything at all. One is just a screenshot of an arrow. One is just a screenshot of a nut with the same forest background and the same text dialogue in Japanese. There's nothing here. If their screenshots are this bad, I don't think you can trust this game to give you anything you'd want. So yeah, don't fall for the scams. Let's see, where are we now? We need 3 victories, but we can squeeze out at least 2 of those after I get the next victory to get this done. And we've been going about an hour, so this is a good time to break it up. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description. If you want to support me, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 30th, and we're going through the European accounts right now, not buying cards, but we need to get 1 victory so we can get up to rank 20 and finish this quest, and then we can get the remaining 2 victories very quickly through the solo player adventure experience. Mostly I'm just buying time as we're trying to catch up on all the games that came out. It's a slow Friday, so nobody's really coming on the chat. That always sucks. Confirmation, a little bit of inconsistency with our weird Thursday stream. That only got about 39 views, where I'm closer to 50 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so consistency is key. I certainly can schedule things. I could schedule things if I bothered to do that. Maybe going forward, that should be the new thing, is to schedule and have people reminded and see if that gets more people to view. Although it's a very crooked path to go from getting more people to view to that somehow getting me in the algorithm to get more people to view to that somehow turning people into subscribers, which right now YouTube has made it blatantly apparent that all they care about is you getting more subscribers. They don't care if your videos even are viewed. So much so that in their latest response video of their previous video where they admitted that people who click the subscribe button don't get notifications, they really just doubled down on it and said, well, the notifications and the push notifications for the iOS and the Android app only came out 3 years ago, and the subscribe button is 10 years old, so like it never did what it implied it did. You always had to click the bell. A big problem here with YouTube is that they've just lost all confidence of their content creators, and they don't have any candor, to use a phrase. They don't speak clearly, they don't tell the truth, they don't know what they're talking about half the time. There are definitely times in which you don't get notifications because the notification system is broken. There are definitely times where people click and say they want notifications and they don't, and that click isn't saved. There are definitely times when people get unsubbed. Like, the whole system is broken, and they're dancing around it and pretending like they really want to fix things when they don't. And the thing here is they keep claiming that people, if they gave notifications for every video that people are subscribed to, people eventually just turn off all notifications and all subscriptions, which honestly, who cares? Like, if that's what people want, that'll be what people want. Like, it's part of YouTube's decision that they're going to mold the viewer into the consumer they want them to be, which is never going to work. The other thing with the notifications is they don't ever just randomly say, hey, you might like this guy's video, you're subscribed to this guy, but you haven't looked at any of his videos in a while, so maybe you want to check out something new. They never recommend anything in that fashion. Instead, it's always through the homepage, which gives you some random crazy recommendations by the algorithm, or the trending page, which is their highly curated recommendations.
Ready to ride.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
And the real issue is just the power. There. The power should be in the viewer's hands. If they want to see all notifications, there should be at the very least a pop-up and option to say, I want to see all notifications, and that's not what the bell is. Because the bell does not work that way. There's random differences even between whether you get notifications from the YouTube gaming app versus the YouTube video app, which there's no controls or that are any different. Anyways, that's more of a rant. I was gonna swear off ranting today, but I guess too little too late. There's a game called Ramen, R-A-M-E-N, as in ramen noodles, that came out March 30th on Steam. There's another game called Bakery and Chinese Inn by this developer. Ramen is 10% off for $7.19. And this looks like it is a Well, it's got an interesting intro that looks nothing like the game. The game is kind of a simulator of running a ramen shop, like, which isn't super relatable to anybody other than people who have run a ramen shop. It says English, Simplified Chinese, and Traditional Chinese as far as interface and subtitles. No full audio. Way too expensive. Way too expensive a game. It has no reviews for that reason, clearly. Like, nobody's gonna pay that much for a bad concept with mediocre animation, which is all what this is. Like, it's a Chinese game for a Chinese market that may not very well exist at all. Like, yeah.
Jaina versus Gul'dan.
I could certainly go into a rant that this is the level of quality that you often see from Chinese companies, and they just don't have that level of quality that Japanese game companies do. The publisher is the Happy Home Company, which only published 2 of the 3 games that Chow Yi Liu made. And oddly, his other 2 games are rated positive. But Bakery is exactly the same. It's the same concept. It would be a fine cell phone game. I just don't see why you would play this on a PC. It's for the most part, it's just cook, serve, delicious in a Chinese setting with some other elements to it, depending on the theme. Moving on. When you go to a cheap Chinese game made by one person to a Japanese game called Senran Kagura Burst Renewal, DLC characters have been announced. So Senran Kagura is the sexy anime ninja game series that seems to release a different game every week. Well, not really, but close to that. They've got some new DLC for some new costumes. And Burst Renewal is their classic gameplay style, where it's a hack and slash Dynasty Warriors style game versus like Beach Splash, where they're running around with super soakers. Honestly, Senran Kagura, it doesn't get enough advertisement. Like, it doesn't get enough coverage for a game that is of decent AA quality, and that a series that's been going this long it's like Marvelous Entertainment, I think. Well, or maybe Marvelous Entertainment is different than Marvelous, the game company.
What to do? What to do?
Like, cannot recall if there's ever been an instance where Senran Kagura has even been mentioned by any of the video game reviewers that I've seen. I have to get to Gamematsu, I have to get to Gamasutra, one of the Japanese-centric companies. Like, if you'd asked me probably 4 years ago what's Senran Kagura, I wouldn't have even known. So that makes me wonder how many other AA, single A, indie games are just not getting coverage. And we know that there's a ton of them. Most of them are usually garbage, and they're just coming straight to Steam these days, but there are some hidden gems too. I'm looking at a game now called Sure Footing that came out March 30th. It's from Table Flip Games, which this is the only game they've released. It's 15% off for $8.49. it seems like it's kind of a run jump game, except for it's a polygon world with different polygon characters that are just like brick voxel characters. And it's like running and jumping on platforming, getting power-ups, and going from point A to point B and racing the other players. It's single player and multiplayer, so it looks alright, but it looks like it's a little too expensive for a no-name company. Not when there's just a lot of opportunity to play the original version of a game like this that it's copying. Let's see.
Your soul shall suffer.
See what's it. No reviews for this product, clearly. Like, it's just too expensive.
What to do?
You can't release your game that expensive as your first thing. Just not gonna work. And demos, to be fair, don't work at all on Steam either. Like, you're not gonna get people to even waste their time to play a free demo of your game. I didn't ever think this game was actually going to come out for PC. And apparently it's the only game by this developer that is on Steam. It's called Head On from Z Reality, and this was actually one of the best reviewed PlayStation VR games that's come out that I've seen. And all you're doing is leaning and tilting your head to bump a soccer ball against your head in VR towards a target, towards the soccer goal. And that's kind of all of it is. The VR support says it requires a play area of 360-degree tracking. It's early access. It requires an Oculus Rift to revive. It's $15, which is too expensive. But if you were going to get a VR game, Head On probably is one of your best picks. There's a Giant Bomb video covering it specifically, and they liked it pretty good. Let's see. Alright, let's hit this. This and that. There's a game called Despoiler that has 5 reviews. It's from Parallax Labs, which is it's the only game on Steam they've developed. 20% off for $13.59. It looks like a hover car that's driving around several different environments, hovering on water, hovering in the desert, hovering over ice, and they seem to be running around. It's like that car game where you're just driving cars fighting each other. And see, this game looks good, so it could be something cool, but I don't know what single player experience you'd really have there. I guess maybe there's some AI cars, artificial intelligent drivers that would drive around and fight you, and you'd get some entertainment out of it certainly, but I'm not sure if you'd get $13.59 worth of entertainment out of it. It's 5 versus 5 online. Let's see.
Your soul shall suffer.
I wonder.
Here's a not recommended game saying it's like trying to have a North War on a roller coaster. Apparently their cars move too fast for the guy.
A game? So kind of you to join me.
Shouldn't have played that. see the other negative review. The other negative reviews in German. Again, despoiler. Game that looks like it would be fun, but its all-time peak has had 6 people play it, according to the Steam database. Nobody's ever going to give this game a chance because they didn't give away free copies to reviewers, to streamers, they didn't do any advertisement, and they made this game just too expensive.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Are you ready for this?
I always win.
Let's just end the turn. I talked about that game. Yeah, we got a game called Fatal 12 that looks like it's the second game they've made. No discount, $19.99. It looks like a visual novel anime. The difference to this from most visual novel anime games is that I'm looking at an actual animated trailer. I'm looking at an art style that looks good and isn't just a... See, now I should not have done that. That was stupid.
Don't blink.
Just hit this one. Like, this looks like a actual manga art style by an actual artist drawing these characters. Like, this is art to like and appreciate, not
win.
Simplistic sketches that look like they're from MS Paint. So if I can get anything to attack his own face, that's potentially gonna win it for me. And like, this trailer is going really long, 1 minute and 42 seconds. Yeah, as far as the visual novel stuff goes, it seems like there's a meter of familiarity you have with different people. So if you talk to them, you may gain some level of skills or like with that character. Let's see. Now, oddly, this game too, came out March 30th, has an all-time peak of 24, and I bet the all-time peak does way more to get games promoted than anything else.
Almost out of time.
Like, the description of the game is 4 paragraphs long, and it looks like it's a standard anime description. There's 2 reviews, both of which are positive. The story, according to his recommendation, is 12 people who should have gathered in the same place in 3 months all died at the same time, and somehow it triggered some weird paradox or like that. It'll be explained in the game clearly, but the reason behind it will spoil a lot of the ending. Starting a ritual named Divine Selection, their cause of death was reversed by some weird magic that reversed causality, and the 12 slaves to fate, as they're called, need to eliminate the others, as only one can survive. So it's kind of this weird battle royale idea. Just gonna hit this guy. save myself some health. And in the turn. Yep, that sounds like an anime visual novel story, so... if I could ever play those and not have to read so much, if they were fully voiced, which this is fully voiced in Japanese, but not English, I would play a game like this. This looks like a good one. But since it's not, it's not. Leave that. The game Factorio is preparing to leave early access, and a price increase is coming, so you have until April 16th to get it for the current price of $20, which honestly that seems like a
I don't have enough mana.
That seems like quite a lot of money. Let's see. Undamage all enemy minions. I did sort of want to play Factorio, but you know, I probably would prefer to just play Magnum Opus now instead. There's too many automation style games that came out too close together for Factorio at that high price to be one of the ones I'm interested in playing still. PC Gamer has an article, Where the Water Tastes Like Wine was a commercial disaster, developed says in painful post. I'm not sure that games like this one can continue to be made in the current market. Honestly, they're right. I mean, you really can't make a weirdo game that you didn't really advertise well at all.
Gorgeous. Jade serpent.
And that is built around a strange gameplay mechanic.
I will mourn your
because as best as I could ever figure, Where the Water Tasted Like Wine is you're just this giant person walking alongside a map. You hit these interactions where you tell stories, and then after you tell stories, you hear stories and you learn more stories, and it's this story trading mechanic that feels more like something you do on a board game than... Let's try Classic Warrior instead of Classic Mage. Why not? It never really was going to be a commercial success, and I think they probably over-advertised it.
Versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
But really, they probably should have just not made a game like that. The concept of being weird works, but there has to be an interesting gameplay mechanic behind it, and that's really where I think it falls down. And even as people were trying to promote it because they like the company that made it, there's nothing you can say that will bring a new person in there. And they... Honestly, it feels like it was a bit of a scam to pay a bunch of writers to write a bunch of stories, whereas those stories would have been much better written and used for a TV series or a YouTube series, something along that line, instead of just in a game. You could probably run a good scam or scheme, at least, to this, where you make a game like Where the Water Tastes Like Wine and have a bunch of writers write stories, and then you have the development team read through all the stories and go, oh, this is actually a good story, let's take this one out and make an actual video game out of this, and we'll just throw all these other speculation scripts into this project that we knew was gonna fail in the first place. It's also a little early for them to say that it's a total failure, but like, yeah, you kind of knew it was going to be. And the weird thing is, I would play this game, and I hope it goes on sale to something that I feel like is a fairer price, so that I can play it. But it wasn't released at the right time, it wasn't at the right price, it wasn't advertised to the right people. Like, it was a failure for many different reasons, and I'm glad they recognized that, because I imagine a lot of video game companies just would dig their heels in and say, no, it was a success, even if it wasn't. Or often you get the opposite, where like Deus Ex Mankind Divided is labeled as a total failure just because it's not selling enough loot boxes, and the game didn't want loot boxes in the first place. I'm not sure if that was actually said, but that's, I mean, Deus Ex Mankind Divided is on sale for like $7, and it's only like a year or two old. Guacamelee 2 trailer is out, and you can get the original Guild Edition for $1.50 through April 30th. I mean April 13th. I would certainly get it for that. That is a cheap price for a decent game, even if you're not going to just play the whole collection of things you can do. I think you're still going to have a pretty good experience playing Guacamelee. Like, I didn't beat all of those elements, but all the very difficult puzzles in Gold Edition. Let's see. The Tales of Space Mutant Blobs Attack, which is the first game by the developer Drinkbox, is also on sale for $1. And I did not know that. So 79 cents for that game. So I'll put that on my wish list. It's kind of hard to research a company and see, is your previous game that you made before you became famous available for purchase? Let's see. There's a game called Guts and Syringes. It's a 2D game about something interesting. I would disagree with this. This looks very much like it is a ripoff of Plants vs. Zombies with the animations of Binding of Isaac. Or a attempt to spoof Binding of Isaac. It's made by one developer who has only this game, and it's 10% off for 89 cents. At 2-player all-time peak. The game has no story. Developer decided to distract you from gameplay. Is the first line in the description. It says it has 50 basic levels. Jeez, just doubling up on all the notifications. No reviews. And this game came out today, March 30th. and this game will probably not go anywhere. See, I don't even know what really to say about this game, because this very well may just be a loving spoof tribute to The Binding of Isaac, or it may be a cynical attempt to profit off The Binding of Isaac. I suppose you could argue that they always are cynical attempts to profit off other games if you're spoofing a game and selling it, and it only becomes a loving spoof if you're giving it away for free, which I suppose you could make that argument and be close to being confident that that's the case. Yeah, so I don't think Guts vs. Syringe is gonna catch anybody's attention. It's surprising Binding of Isaac even caught people's attention, but the reason it did, I would argue, is because it has a very varied, interesting, well-supported gameplay. Tragic Master came on and said good game. Thank you, Tragic Master. And so now we can use his suggestion and just play the solo adventure for 2 battles real quickly and then move over to the Americas account.
Torches, adventurers! Adventurers!
Excuse me. The game Air Mech Strike is out today, I think out of a early access, because it seems like it's been a little bit more around. Let's see. Air Mech Strike is from the developer who also made Air Mech Wastelands and Air Mech Command. So, like 3 different games by the Air Mech title. Who do I want to win with? I guess we'll just start with the Warrior and see if we can go. Air Mech looks like it is a fast-paced, top-down, like StarCraft type game.
A giant rat!
Doesn't look too bad. It's free to play, but if you buy Air Mech Prime for $15.99 right now, because it's 20% off, you get all the classes and a huge selection of units and a host of online goodies. So it's pay to win type free to play game. That's going to be a problem. Let's see. Recommended. Really short recommendations. Let's look at the negative, because there's a lot of people that have reviewed this, and there's over 1,000 negative recommendations, but there's 4,000 positive recommendations. Let's see. One from April 28th, 2016 saying this game is so broken. One from May 22nd says, Let's see. So a lot of these negative reviews don't seem like they're recent. So if I click June 2017, that's a big spot. This game was great fun when it first started, and the devs decided to listen to everyone. After a couple of years, their greed got in the way. They partnered with Ubisoft to get on consoles before the PC version was beyond alpha. Then they decided to patch the consoles versions before furthering the PC. Soon after, they decided to go VR and make a separate version specifically VR. Finally, they started to listen to only the most hardcore, top-tier competitive players, which turned the game into a cheap mobile game. But hey, buy more cosmetics and maybe get Air Mech Prime for a single-player experience campaign. You know, if they decide to actually follow through with it, of course. Okay, I can see why this game is even though it says it's very positive now at 85% of 8,000 users reviewing it highly. It has an all-time peak of 2,000 players, over 2,000 players, but the peak today was 341. Well, it's a free-to-play game. I wouldn't play a free-to-play game anyways, but it's also a pay-to-win game. It doesn't look bad. It just... I don't know why you would play this. Go play, instead, StarCraft for free. Now, I'm looking at a Japanese-named game from a Japanese developer with no user reviews. 30% off for $6.25. I cannot describe the game's name to you, so there's no way anybody would ever be able to play it or even find it and look at it at Steam. Not unless I could read Japanese and tell you the symbols. It seems like, from the screenshots, it's just a collection of 3D models that you pose for a screenshot mode, or these screenshots are just all lies. Like, it doesn't seem like there's really a game here. And the character models are inconsistent, the backgrounds look inconsistent, every bit of it's inconsistent. Sorry, it's not Japanese, it's simplified Chinese with no English language support and no reviews. And yep, this, I have no idea what it is, but I guess I don't even need to talk about it, do I? Let's see. Walking Dead's final Walking Dead season has a new key art for the main art that you would see on the cover and such. I think I'm maybe a year behind now. The
battle commencing.
There you go, one victory. Yeah, I think I might be like a year behind in The Walking Dead. So I'll probably play it for I will probably play it for October, Halloween month, and then that will have a good chance to be the last time for a year that I play any Telltale game. We already talked about that, but I'll mention it again. The court has rejected Lindsay Lohan's appeal in the GTA 5 likeness lawsuit. They did kind of a cheesy, bad photo referencing of Lindsay Lohan as one of the main characters on the art for GTA 5, but they never call her Lindsay. They never say Miss Lohan. They give her a completely different name, and even though it is admitted that the artist photo reference basically traced a picture of her, it transitioned in the court's mind into being a new character, and something that Lindsay Lohan can't say, well, you used my likeness without my permission in this game, therefore you owe me a license. Let's see, here's the final thing. We conclude a computer-generated image may constitute a portrait within the meaning of the law, wrote the court. We also conclude, however, that the subject images are not recognizable as plaintiff, and the amended complaint, which contains 4 causes of action for violation of privacy pursuant to the Civil Rights Law, Article Section 50 and 51, was properly dismissed. So it was kind of a win-lose instance, and it does certainly put people on note not to photo reference. A lot of comic book artists have been yelled at for photo referencing and basically just tracing people. see.
The blade be thirsty.
Just keep on playing. Now, when you're playing a single player experience, you can take a break and the rope will just never show up. So I could very easily get caught up in the news here and not play. It's probably a very good response. Like, we don't want a bunch of characters in video games looking like famous people. There was certainly a trend towards that was happening, where they were hiring actors and actresses and then just scanning their faces into the game, and they're still doing a lot of that, but now they're getting more to getting actual mocap actors. The last thing we want is to have the problem that we're already running into, where video game people are voice actors are just too prevalent. So you recognize the voice actor as soon as he shows up. We don't want that. We want more variety. We want variety in the appearance. We want variety in the audio. And so I guess we're gonna go ahead and just for completeness sake play this all the way through until we die on this single player experience. So I'm just gonna continue down this path. I believe the No or Your Gamer got an exclusive for Jurassic World Evolution and has like a video of 25 minutes of them playing that game. I'm not interested in the game at all, so like I didn't watch that video. More evidence of course you get exclusive, you're gonna say very nice things about it. There's a game called The Next Day After Friday from VR Friends, the only game they've ever released on Steam. It's 10% off for $2.70. The logo picture looks very different from the game, since the game is this VR thing where it seems like you can play darts and beer pong and eat pizza and just wander around and do nothing of any importance whatsoever.
Job's done.
Like, it's just a random room, 3D room in VR. It's way too expensive for what it is. Let's see. The description is, The Next Day After Friday is a unique game where you're free to do whatever. After a night of drinking, you're left on your own. After waking up, you feel really bored and have to be creative to kill time. Like, so in other words, the creators of this game are not creative and can't give you any directions or story. Like, here's the thing. If I want to kill time and I'm bored, do you know what I do? I go play a video game. A real one that tells me what to do, gives me a mission, gives me something, gives me a purpose. If I'm playing a video game and it's not doing that, it's failing at one of its core aspects as far as being a game. That's ridiculous. Here we have an RPG Maker looking game. It's even tagged RPG Maker, called the Inno Chronicles Ascension. Let's see. Only game made by this developer, no discount for $1.99. It's an RPG Maker game. Who cares? No reviews. One review. Positive. 20 plus hours of gameplay. But it looks horrible because it's an RPG Maker game. I swear, if Steam just said no RPG Maker games, it would solve a big issue of low quality, low effort games made by people who just don't have the skill to actually be releasing games. PC Gamer has this article called JB Smooth on working with Rockstar voice acting, chakra attack, and enduring appeal of, and the enduring appeal of GTA 5. So, JB is best known for his role on Leon Black in Larry David's Curb Your Enthusiasm. So this is an actor. So they're just talking to an actor. And I guess I recognize his face. I didn't recognize his name. Game of Citra has an article to prevent toxicity, design games with community management in mind. At this point, there's way too much talk about toxicity in games, and I think it's now just become this buzzword to honestly bring back Gamergate and the new as a wolves in sheep's clothing. It's a way to infiltrate real gamers and try and convince some of them that some of the other gamers are toxic. There was this gamers are good hashtag that somebody was trying to do and they got yelled at for that.
Be thirsty. It's time for it.
And like it's just such a stupid topic to try and bring up because you're not going to fix it. The problem with people on chat saying stupid things is those are kids. This is the life experience they need to go through to learn that they can't say those things. So they're gonna say it once, they're gonna get yelled at by people. That's just has to be the natural way of things, or they're gonna be ignored. I honestly believe most kids today, if not most people in general, go through an experimenting trolling phase, and that's kind of all it is. And as soon as, even if we were able to train every single person who's playing games today to not say rude, mean things that they don't even really mean and that they're just trolling, they're just joking. As soon as there's one new person that enters the gaming world, you're right back to square one. As soon as a generation happens, you're just going to be back to square one. The best you can do, allow people to mute the chat, allow people to mute the voice elements and enjoy the game the way they want to. But you're gonna have to put up with sucky people everywhere in life, including games. It's a lesson everybody needs to learn, and it's a lesson it seems like the video game industry and PC Gamer, who's putting out half of these articles with toxicity as a keyword, needs to learn is they need to grow up and realize that in the real world you deal with people you don't like. You're going to deal with people that cuss at you. You're going to deal with people that say things you don't like, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it, and you're just going to have to move on with your life. Well, on that sort of rant, which I suppose every time I do these rants, I'm refining them a little bit better and maybe getting them a little bit shorter. That's going to be it for this recording, and then we're going to move over to the Americas account. Also, as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
I got a tale for you.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 30th and we are on our America's account and we can see we've got a decent amount of stuff to do. Somehow we've ended up with 3 things, which we really shouldn't have 3 things. Let's go ahead and trade one of these. Alright, so I need to play Shaman class cards, Druid class cards, and minions that cost 5 or more. So unless I've not gotten the Tavern Brawl done, I guess I need to go back on the European account and see if I made sure whether I'd done the Tavern Brawl or not. I think I've got them all done. Let's play the Druid 5+ deck. We don't really need to win, but we also don't need to really lose. So we can play wild, ranked. PC Gamer has an article that says where to find the silver bars in Far Cry 5. It seems like silver bars are some kind of limited premium currency that was going to be microtransaction in Far Cry 5, but Ubisoft decided against it, and so they put them in hidden stashes all over the game, and they have a listing of places where you go to find them, and I think you
must protect the wilds.
Use them to purchase something, who knows what. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we come around and find out that they post-release add microtransactions to Fallout, not Fallout 5, what is it, Far Cry 5. We've got a ton of news that I'm still trying to get through. Given Sutra has an article, despite faltering profits, hardware and software sales rise at GameStop. I'm not going to really read this article because we're already under the gun. GameStop, I imagine, is going to succeed a little bit more because of the shutting down of Toys R Us. The good news is a lot of these articles that I have open are duplicates, so I just open the same thing twice. What is this website? Fingerguns.net has the 10 best games of 2018 so far. Never heard of a website called Fingerguns. Yeah, speaking of websites, I'm starting to wonder, like, I can't afford to really run a website, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should just have some cheap, simple GoDaddy website that just links back to my YouTube channel. Integrates like my Twitter posts or something. This top 10 list is eclectic, I suppose. We'll go through it for the fun of it. Why not? The first one is Crossing Souls, which I imagine that's not the best. Second one is Moss. 3 is Celeste. 4 is Shadow of the Colossus. 5 is Batman: The Enemy Within. 6 is Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. In the last recording we saw that the developers of The Water Tastes Like Wine came out directly and said that that was a huge colossal failure of a release. 7 is Monster Hunter World. 8 is Life is Strange Before the Storm, and when you hit that point I'm very confused because I cannot for the life of me believe that somebody thinks Where the Water Tastes Like Wine is better than Monster Hunter World, but I also cannot for the life of me believe that anybody thinks Life is Strange Before the Storm is better than Monster Hunter World. So maybe this is just a random collection of 10 games, but then again a lot of these top 10 lists are just random collections of games and just decidedly made to cause people to argue. Number 9 is Iconoclast. Number 10 is Subnautica, with honorable mentions to Night in the Woods. So yeah, I can't really do anything with that article. That's kind of ridiculous. Ooh, I got a new subscriber. Apparently. Today has not been a great day for me because I accidentally flagged a person that was trying to comment on my video and I didn't understand what they were saying, and so it came off as just kind of gibberish, and I just immediately flagged it as spam and blocked the user. I'm like, oops. Sorry, potential fan I could have had. Need to be more careful about that. And then somebody else asked me on a video, could I just shut up and let them listen to the sound, the game audio? And I'm like, well, first of all, that's pre-recorded footage, so no. And second of all, that's not fair use, and that doesn't add anything of my own creation to the game. I'm not just a Let's Player, or not really a Let's Player at all. I'm a video game critic. So my response was just no, sorry, no, I will not shut up at any point in the game. I'll adjust the audio, maybe a little bit, but I'm gonna adjust the audio so people can hear me. I'm not gonna adjust the audio so people can hear the game. Let's see. Apparently a new game, Gundam Breaker, I think we've already talked about this game quite a few times, is going to launch for the PS4 and PC on June 22nd, so I think this might be the first confirmation of the date. This is, I believe, the game where you are running around with the little toy model kits of Gundams, which actually looks really cool. Although it does now, looking at some of these screenshots, seem like there are some people with some what to do? Like with some storyline in it, some taunt, and it looks like it has some visual novel type elements to it. And what's crazy is there's screenshots of no less than 4 or 5 girls in this, anime girls as the heroines, and I'm like, I don't think girls are into model kits that much. I think they're stretching reality. Like, I think it's mostly guys in the Gundam, but I could be wrong. Maybe in Japan it is more popular among the ladies than I think. There's like one male character and then several others, which dangerously puts it into this fantasy harem idea, where the one guy is beloved by all the women who are also into his hobby.
In the grand tournament, you win or you die.
For the wild.
Speaking of Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation 2, this Japanese beta playable mobile suits have been revealed, so this is going to be a free-to-play PlayStation 4 game in Japan in 2018, so they're really going on hard on Gundam right now. There's probably a reason for that.
Your magic shall
Although
not
I
save
don't know what it is.
Hey,
So we've hit the point where we're hitting the backlog of games just now, sadly. And so I'm actually seeing a game here that has 100 user reviews and has mixed reviews. It's called TT Isle of Man, ISLE. It's 69% of 104 reviews are positive. It came out March 22nd. It seems to be one of at least 3 games released by this developer, and it seems to be a motorcycle racing game. So let's see, it's $40, which includes the King of the Mountain DLC. That's Isle Man Day 1. Let's come over here and look at the negative reviews. Only. Let's see, 46 negative reviews. Nice track mapping, dreadful physics, as usual, nothing like a real bike. You'll be swerving all over the place because you haven't damped the steering properly. It's a real shame, could have been a much better than it is. Seems like they didn't really bother to trying to get the bike physics right. Full controller support, where? I tried connecting my Steam controller, not working. Xbox controller not working. Looking for controller settings, change to a control setting, non-existent. So no, I'd like to play the game, but not on a keyboard. Here's somebody says, having had multiple families race in the TT, which apparently that's a race, is what I'm learning here. And having been a fan of road racing in general since I was a kid, I've been looking towards this game. Unfortunately, they haven't really delivered. The bike models are really nice and the track is accurate and looks fantastic, but the important part, the physics and animation, are terrible. So, physics and animation. And just waiting the 3 days for this good-looking game, then if I had bought it on day 1, I probably would have fallen for that. And personally, as somebody who doesn't ride bikes, I probably wouldn't even know how off the physics are. I could probably tell you that the physics are off, but I more than likely couldn't tell you by how much. Let's see. And so it'll be interesting as we move forward through these older games to see how many of those actually are going to sustain and have ratings. I can't kill it, so I'm just gonna end the turn. We've talked about this game before. Atelier Liddell and Sorelli, The Alchemist and the Mysterious Paintings, is rated 93% of 74 reviews, came out March 27th. It's a Koei Tecmo game. They're actually doing a giveaway if you retweet them for Koei Tecmo US. If you want to go try and find that tweet, they're giving away 2 copies of the game. It looks like it's a mostly RPG game, like JRPG with some magic elements and maybe some kind of alchemy element to it, but it's mostly just a JRPG game. It has a third-party URL, end-user license agreement, 10% off for $53.99, which seems really, really expensive, but there is some free bonus DLC. Let's see how many hours of gameplay. This is the 20th anniversary of the Atelier series, so there might be other games that would justify being such a high price, but let's see, 6 negative reviews. This game requires the same minimum requirements of to run at 60 frames per second. What do I want to do? Yeah. Will I die? Let's do this. And then
Time waits for no one.
let's do this. Actually, that wasn't the right move, was it? So like the one negative review right now is because it doesn't run well. in my language. Whereas we're getting a lot more positive reviews. And so I'm willing to actually believe them when you have 87 positive reviews and 6 negative reviews. So this is a good JRPG. What can I do with it though? Well, it's on my wish list, and I guess I'll just leave it on my wish list. We're just slowly playing cards. And since we know that there's now a series called the Atelier series, we can, let's see, Atelier Sophie, Atelier Friss, Gust Bundle, which is Atelier Sophie and Knights of Azure. I guess I wouldn't want to play the newest version unless I could know that it's a new entry in the series, and maybe it is. It just looks like a fancy female protagonist tag, cute JRPG tag. Doesn't have anything that makes it seem like there's going to be any lewdness to it. I kind of wonder, like, if you wanted to give if you ever wanted to give a long-running RPG to a kid, if you could find some of these JRPGs and give them to kids, this looks like something you might be able to do. If you were Japanese, you'd probably let your kid play this. Although, you know, Pokemon fills that niche for quite a long time. Like, and Yokai Watch and things like that. If somebody new on the chat says thanks for losing, you're welcome. I'm happy to oblige in that aspect. Certainly there's been a lot more talk about that game than a lot of others. Game Sutra has an article that Universal has opened 5 properties for use in game develop contest. In partnership with Universal, Unity Technology announced Phase 1 of the Universal Game Dev Challenge. The contest gives developers the opportunity to pitch a game using one of 5 properties from University, with the grand prize winner will receive 1-year consulting contract with Universal to develop the game. So Universal wanted to do something with some of their properties, like E.T. Yeah, the Terminator, maybe they own that. I'm trying to think of what are some of the rides at Universal Pictures. Phase 1, developers must supply a game design document attached with their submission detailing the basic elements of gameplay design, narrative, and technical goals. And I bet as soon as you give that idea to them, it's the property of Universal and they can do whatever they want with it, even if you don't win the contract. Supplemental content like concept art, 3D models, and story documents can also be included. A video pitch must be included. Developers may only use one of the 5 properties listed in the contest, including Battlestar Galactica, which is a dead concept as a game. Like, I assume that's either the new or old Battlestar Galactica. Both are pretty dead properties because you can't. There's just nothing coming out about them. Voltron, the legendary Defender, which I believe Netflix made a recent remake of Voltron. It's not gonna really sell that well. The thing about Battlestar Galactica in particular is you're not going to get any of the actors from the old series or the new series in the game. So you have to make a game pitch that is going to be built around some very famous actors that won't appear or be voiced in your game. So anything that would have been appealing is already out. The next one is Back to the Future, which again, you're not going to get any of those actors. And I'm not sure what you do with Back to the Future that would that you could do. Jaws, yeah, you really don't need. There's really no story on Jaws. that you can do, or Turok.
What we do.
I like to make speculative game pitches. Generally speaking. And I cannot think of anything you would want to do with any of these things. Like, Turok is the most obvious one. Like, you make a new Turok game where you're a person on a planet full of dinosaurs, you're fighting dinosaurs, and that's kind of it. You're this Indian, Native American, fighting dinosaurs. That's kind of it. Jaws, you can certainly make a game where you're playing as a shark or fighting against a shark. It's not going to be that interesting because Jaws inherently falls apart because it's going to be all water levels, and water levels always suck in games. Back to the Future, you can't really tell a new story there. Even after the second movie, they couldn't tell a good story there. Voltron's nothing, Battlestar Galactica's nothing.
For the wild. Job done.
Yeah, I cannot pitch any kind of concept of any game. What I'd probably do is I think there's like a card game or a tabletop game for Battlestar Galactica. Try to do something like that. Like, there's already been a Back to the Future Telltale game. And it was alright, but it wasn't amazingly good. Alright, the rest of this article, 6 finalists will be selected by a panel of 4 judges to attend a mentorship summit in South California before moving on to phase 2, but details have not been shared yet. Like, okay. I wouldn't give Universal any pitches to any games for any of their properties, because I have no idea who's developing this game for real. If it's Universal, they don't have the ability to develop a game. If it's a subcontractor, it's probably not going to be super quality development. Let's move on. We've got a lot of things. Gamma Citra has another article. Here's how Nintendo chooses its indie partners with the Switch. My guess is they put everybody's name in a hat and then they just dump out the hat and pick everybody in the listed. Like, see, quality over quantity is getting quantity over quantity was the old way, they're saying. Here's the quote. I think the best way to explain it is, over the last year we've been evolving past what was initially more of a curated content position to now a curated partnership position. Which is to say, if they trust you, they will they will let you publish on their platform. If they don't trust you, then they won't.
We will devour this
Job done.
Let's see. Part of the pitch process for new developers or new publishers who come on board with Switch is to not just pitch us a brand new game or a brand new concept, but to use the opportunity to prove their background. I can tell you that those partners that are able to instill a level of trust and confidence in us, that they're going to be very capable of getting through the development process and are knowledgeable about bringing content out on consoles. Those are the ones that are resonating. Some of the developers do have a negative reaction or are bummed because we haven't opened up the door to hobbyists or students at the time, but one day we may. we may be going towards that direction, but for now, we're staying the course in terms of a closed dev environment for the Switch. Which, honestly, I do not want to see the Switch flooded like Steam is flooded. I don't want that for anybody. That's not a good way.
You are not
Alright. Are we ready?
Perish.
This. And this.
For the
Attack
wild.
here. Attack here. Should play these 2 cards before I die. Yeah, I mostly agree with that. That they should curate good partnerships with good companies and not just flood Switch with garbage. And a year ago, you could make the argument that there weren't enough games for Switch. Now you really can't. For as long as it's been out. Like PC Gamer has an article, Blazing Chrome is the perfect successor to Contra and Metal Slug. And it does look like a successor to it. Do they have any information about when it's out? Is it on Steam? Is it coming to PC? Or what consoles? They played Blazing Chrome at GDC and it's coming out in 2018.
I must have more.
They think. PC Gamer thinks. Although even PC Gamer is not being that confident. So yeah, when we get more information and real information about it, I'll be excited.
The circle of life
for Blazing Chrome. Do this. And I'm gonna do this. That way
light and
I can do this. Gamma Citra has an article, DDR, Half-Life, and Minecraft are among the 2018 World Video Game Hall of Fame nominees. I'm looking at a picture that has several things listed. Let's see. Apparently, typically a committee of 27 journalists and video game scholars vote on which games will be inducted in the Video Game Hall of Fame. But this time around, Strong Museum of Play is giving the general public a chance to have their voices heard as well. And at this point, I don't know if I trust 27 journalists at random. I don't know if I trust one random video game journalist. Between March 27th and April 4th, interested individuals will be able to vote for their favorite title of the bunch online. Let's see. If you go to the Strong's website, the Strong Museum of Play, you can vote between Asteroids, Call of Duty, DDR, Dance Dance Revolution, Final Fantasy VII, Half-Life 1, just Half-Life, John Madden Football, King's Quest, Metroid, Minecraft, Miss Pac-Man, Space War, and Tomb Raider. And honestly,
I must protect the wild.
there's not a single game on this list that shouldn't be inducted. So why not just do them all? Seems like they're buying time for something here. Like, Asteroids totally should be in the Hall of Fame because Asteroids was one of the first games. It was one of the first voxel-based game, if not the first voxel-based games. It was like one of the first games with sound. It totally belongs there. Call of Duty led to a legacy of the first-person shooters that last today. Dance Dance Revolution was a major fad that brought in a lot of new players and new style of players. Final Fantasy VII is beloved by its fan base and changed JRPGs a lot. Half-Life, beloved by its base and changed first-person shooters and action games a lot. John Madden Football, beloved by its fan base. Like, you can say that for almost all of these. King's Quest, one of the first Sierra point-click adventure games. Metroid, one of the first Metroidvania type games. That Minecraft, Now I feel like Minecraft probably will win this, but each of these made major impacts. You're not even asking a legitimate question. The answer is simple. Every single one of these games has history. Space War is the only game I've never even heard of. And that's probably just an oversight on my part, seeing the company that it's in. Tomb Raider is the final choice, and it's like, this is ridiculous. All of these games should be nominated and inducted in the Hall of Fame, and then you'd have a really hard choice, I guess, the next year to find 10 more. Okay, there's a game that came out the 28th on Steam called Of Mice and Sand Revised from Arc System Works, which is not the Arc System Works I was thinking of, because this is the only game that they've developed to put on Steam. It's $9.99. This is claiming that it's been ESRB rated. I think that there's a considerable number of fake websites that pretend like you're getting ESRB rated when you really aren't. This game looks kind of like Fallout Shelter. It's really a lot of stuff on the screen. A lot of buttons, a lot of manipulations. It's tagged as a strategy simulation with pixel graphics, and the pixel graphics look fine, but the pixel graphics are certainly not a selling point at this point. They are a detriment. Let's just keep on playing these kinds of cards, these card cards. Now, if I actually get through the news before I do all of the daily quests, I can cheat any of the other daily quests. How many people have played this game? All-time peak of 130 people at the same time. It says it's E10 plus rated. Do we have any reviews? We have 3 reviews. There's 14 positive and 1 negative. And the negative one is in Japanese. Well, it's rated positive. 90% of the 11 reviews in the last 3 days are positive. I'm not sure I fully trust the low number of reviews, but there doesn't seem like there's anything too wrong with this game. It looks like a real game. It's just back to being way too expensive. $10 I would not spend. We also need to play 5 plus mana cards. The game Ys Origin for Xbox One launches April 11th. It includes an exclusive speedrun mode and blood option, which I'm not sure if I believe that will be exclusive forever. Ys Origin is currently available for PlayStation 4, PS Vita, and PC. And I see a lot of Ys games, but I know it's a JRPG, but I want to watch this trailer just to see if maybe it'd tell me something a little bit more about it. No, not really. It's your standard fight monsters JRPG game.
Welcome to the Grand Tournament, champion.
Gamasutra has an article, Valve to open source networking tools for devs, Steam not required. Valve has announced plans to open source game networking sockets for development, which is the basic transportation for life. This is notable as Steam is not required in order to help developers with networking. The GitHub pages states the intention is that on PC you can use Steamworks version, and on other platforms you can use this version, which implies that it could help you specifically for It could help specifically for Linux developers who need multiplayer functionality outside of Steam.
All realities, all dimensions are
Disqualified.
Let's go this. Quote, we are still in the process of taking code from the Steam networking sockets library and making it ready to be open sourced, writes Valve. Interested developers can check out the GitHub page. And, you know, Valve is really really going through something, it seems like. It seems like they're gonna take some of the people who have been working on background stuff and stuff that doesn't end up in a game. I think they're gonna take those people and make them actually work on games, and I think they're gonna really make games. But I may just be getting tricked here. I'm fully willing to believe that there's claims that the Valve are back to making games, and then we're gonna find out that actually no, that they don't release anything in the next decade. Let's see, we've got Ultra Hunt saying, Ultra Hunt still upset about me yelling at him yesterday. It's all good, Ultra Hunt. It's like, didn't need to bring it up today. Thanks for watching. Okay. For those who didn't catch it, I yelled at Ultra Hunt because for about 3 different streams he had posted what looked like the exact same message, and it made it seem like he was a spammer. And I told him if I see it again, I was gonna have to block him as a spammer. And then he corrected, and then all was forgiven. Yeah. The thing I'd really love to see Valve do, and I don't know if this would really ever happen, or probably never would. I would like to see Valve allow people to integrate their games into the Steam launcher a little bit easier, and like integrate achievements and everything into it without giving that 30% cut to Valve. And then somehow Valve come out and say, well, we'll take our 30% cut, but that's going to be a advertisement fee, or that's to maintain the servers that they're downloading the game from. So if you want to set up your own server where people are downloading games from, that would work. Because I desperately want all my Valve games, all my games on my PC, period, to be integrated into one launcher. I want Hearthstone, I want all the Activision Blizzard games in Valve. I want all the EA Origin games in Valve. I want all the Uplay games in Valve. Otherwise, I'm going to just accidentally buy the game twice and have a copy in Valve and have a copy somewhere else. Or, more often than not, I'm going to just not buy the game because I don't see it. For as much as people are complaining about their games not getting highlighted on Steam, your games are 100% not getting highlighted to at least me if you put it on some other service, such as Uplay or EA Origin. And that includes games I know I want, like the American McGee's Alice game is on EA Origin. It's not on Steam anymore because they didn't want to lose that 30% on sales. Gamer Sutra has an article. Gran Turismo Sport version 1.15 update launches today. This was, let's see, on the 28th. So an update to Gran Turismo for anybody interested in that. Let's keep on playing. let's see, a game called Regalia Royal Edition launches April 10th for PS4, April 12th for Switch, and April 13th for Xbox One. It's a turn-based battles, both diverse quests and distinctive bosses according to Gematsu. I haven't heard of this game, which is interesting. But then again, I guess it's not for PC, so that might explain why I haven't seen it. Hey, this looks like a Japanese turn-based game, but it's from a company I've never heard of called Pixelated Milk, and it has a console port from a company I've never heard of called Crunching Koalas. And it is a Japanese RPG classic. Well, it draws inspiration from Japanese RPGs. Well, not a PC game, so whatever, I'll move on. Did I talk about the game called Glitch? GL the number 1 TCH? It has one review, came out the 28th. I think I talked about it. No discount for $4.99.
My work is paramount. Leave me alone.
Let's see. No, I don't think I actually have covered this game. It actually looks really nice. It's using what I assume are flipped assets of electronical components, capacitors, circuit paths, resistors, things like that. And it seems like you're probably a bit of electricity going down paths. Let's see. Just keep on smashing. Not that I really need the victories. Let's see. And there's only one positive review and no negative reviews. This is just another one of those games that they've put way too expensive. Like GL1 TCH Glitch looks like something I would play. I have a special love for electronics. This might be interesting just as an artistic background, even if the actual gameplay has very little to do with that. But as it currently is, it's just too expensive to roll the dice on a game like this.
For the wild. Job's done.
Yeah, you just can't risk it. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Maybe I'll put this one on my follow. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a game called Zombo, Z-O-M-B-O-W, no reviews, came out the 20th. So a lot of these games still have no reviews. Zombo is the second game, it's 40% off for $1.19, second game by this developer. And what is it? It's one of these games that seems like it only has one screen, and seems just like characters wander around this one screen, and maybe they bump into each other, or maybe they eat each other. Is it a zombie cow? Isn't that the idea of what this is?
Gonna be rich.
It's a cow being chased by these very round ball-like zombies, and the cow just runs away from him, and that's it. It's just keep away for $1.19. Well, no surprise, nobody bothered to buy this game. One all-time peak player, and I guess that tells you something on the face of it. Like, if there's been one all-time peak player, according to Steam database, that probably implies that they didn't even have anybody else test the game. They just made it and put it out. Didn't even have anybody else own it or play it. Let's see. Next game we have is called Spacescape. No reviews, came out the 28th. It's the 4th game by this developer, but all of his games have very ugly thumbnails, I suppose, which is not doing him any favors because the actual trailer of his gameplay, which looks like in our virtual reality game, looks a lot better than that thumbnail did. And you're just looking around places, searching for clues, wandering around what I assume is a space station with a lot of repeated tiled assets. Let's see. This VR game is at full price for $7.99. All these VR games. Like, I think the HTC Vive and the Oculus Rift both failed to have any kind of curation on their consoles. If I was going to try and compete, I would definitely make it so that only pre-approved games are allowed to play on our consoles, because it's just way too much garbage. Way too expensive garbage. Let's see. A game called Slime San, SLIME-SAN Super Slime Edition has been announced for the PS4 and Xbox One. The ultimate version of Slime San. I've never heard of Slime San in the first place. It's date to be released very soon. This is a Gamatsu article. This is from Head Up Games. I believe I've heard of them. Let's see. Slime Sand and Slime Sand Blackbeard's Kraken are available for Switch and PC, while Slime Sand Sheeple's sequel is available now for PC. It will not launch for Switch until later. So there's this whole series of games I've never even heard of. Interesting. I want to just keep on playing these Druid cards. Let's see. A website called Nintendo Everything. I keep getting around to all these different websites. Has 10 minutes of away journey to unexpected footage, which looks like a 3D dungeon crawler that was at GDC. Unfortunately, there's no real news here, so I can either look at the 10 minutes of gameplay footage and tell you whether it looks good or not. I'll say it looks alright, but with no real idea of whether this is just coming to a Switch, which it may very well, or if it will come to PC or some other consoles, or when it's coming or anything like that. That's not an informative article. There's a blog on Gamasutra, and remember, Gamasutra lets pretty much anybody put up their own information on these blogs, called Helping Young Ones Grow, which is, I think, an article around helping new people into the video game industry, which is certainly a nice thing to do. I've heard that getting into the video game industry is very nepotistic, in that you have to know somebody already to get into the industry, and they hire from like internal references. That's certainly not a way to get new fresh blood and differing opinions and perspectives into your company. Not that I'm sure that any or many of the video game companies want new fresh perspectives. The number one here is get to know who you work with, start with small talk and see where it leads. Number two is then it's time to search for the gym or the driver 3 is plant the seed, 4 is help the shy, and 5 is be real. I also heard that there's a lot of narcissism just in, I guess this is true for all jobs, where ideas just kind of get stolen by the bosses and the managers, and it's like, that's a good idea, I'm gonna run that up the ladder and take credit for it. Let's see. This is just a Twitter person I was going to mute because I don't need to follow Games Team magazine. I don't believe. Just because I don't think they put out anything other than advertisements for their own magazine. Trying to still clean up my Twitter feed so that there's more room for new games on Steam. Speaking of new games on Steam, there's one called Astro Joust that came out the 28th, no reviews. It's the 3rd game from this developer, 10% off at 89 cents. And it's got 8-bit pixel graphics, which I think really just boils down to it's probably bad or lazy animators. It seems like you're running around the same area playing. Well, they're saying it's directly Joust with jetpacks, which honestly I think that is Joust 2. Was also Joust with pretty much jetpacks. Don't love these weird cards. Let's see. So they want 89 cents for this game, and it's multiplayer and local multiplayer. So I don't think it has online multiplayer. The way Steam breaks multiplayer. Here's a negative review. This game is blurred out. Does not even have a key to allow the characters to go right, only left. What? That's the only review, and it's a negative review. Although that's funny because at the top it says no user reviews, so the top reviews and the bottom reviews don't even agree half the time. Yeah, I don't see any reason why you'd want to play Joust from a no-name company. I'm sure you could probably play the original version of Joust better and easier. Let's do this. Do this. Do this. And some minions. PC Gamer has an article, how video game composer designed Tangle Deeps, the RPG. I guess I don't really care because it does just look like an RPG Maker game, so I assume that's part of it. The better question certainly is, should a music composer be developing a game? And the answer is no. There's a game called Garrison Archangel that's 90% of the 11 reviews positive. It's the only game from this developer. It has no discount. It's $14.99. This is, I think, just a quick beat 'em to the shelves Gundam ripoff. It has certainly some Gundam mech-like weapons, and it certainly seems like it has customization, and then it seems like there might be barely one platformer in which you fight the different characters. Let's see, it's single player and multiplayer, and co-op and shared split screen. Early access game for $15.
Versus Medivh.
Let the games begin. I must protect the wild.
and I really just don't trust these positive reviews right now. This game needs to come out of early access. See, before I trust it. Which inherently, I'm having definitely some discomfort because it is giving me this like, I used to specifically say don't look at pre-purchased games, like don't pre-order games, don't look at early access games, and now more and more since I'm looking at all games, there's just this growing element to that where I am looking at early access games that I before was just ignoring. And I guess I'm still mostly ignoring them. I'm just covering them as they realistically came out. Here's an interesting story. Gamma Sutra has an article. The CIA releases rules and materials for its training board games. Last week, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency released copies of the rules and materials used to play 2 of the tabletop games it devised to train operatives. Collection and Kingpin, The Hunt for El Chapo. So, I guess they open source these games. Like, let's see. In Collection, for example, 3 to 7 players pick characters from a list, weapons, analytic, economic analysts, etc., and gather around a board and try to collaboratively stop crises by generating reports, literally rolling for reporting and using those reports effectively. So it doesn't sound like these board games would actually be too fun to play. But if I was gonna pitch a game, pitch those. Make a digital version of those board games, and you'd have at least a story to tell behind it. Let's see. Next game we have on the Steam has no reviews, came out the 30th. It's called Battle of Cubes. That's generic. It's the only game from this developer. It's 10% off for $4.49. And it's a top-down shooter in which you're just shooting cubes. And this clearly looks like it's all asset flips. All-time peak of 1 person playing the game. If somebody was even going to give a game like this a chance, they would have to be way cheaper than what it is. Like, yeah, I'm going to start boiling down a lot of these game things into just, well, this game might have had a chance if they hadn't charged too much. Let's see. Blizzard kicked off the 2018 Overwatch World Cup 3 days ago. For anyone interested in that, there was a PC Gamer article about that. Let's see. Let's see. There's a game called Wild Truths, learn, parentheses, close parentheses. It's positive with 100% of 13 user reviews. It came out the 28th. It's from the creators of In Mind VR, which is a free-to-play game in my library for some reason, and nothing really else. They made about 5 games. It's a simulator of a machine learning specialist. And it seems to have some kind of programming elements, but it's a VR game where you're programming. This does not make much sense at all.
Happy New Year. Where shall I strike?
Yeah, this is a programming game, and it looks like a really complicated and confusingly animated programming game at that. It's got way too many gameplay elements on top of the programming that would make the programming seem less realistic. It's an early access game for $6.29, 10% off. Has a Discord. Join us on Discord. That's the first time I've seen that. You want to talk about advertising? So I cannot, for a second, believe any of these positive reviews. The game doesn't look that good to deserve 100% positive reviews. So I think they're cheating the system. This is a game that needs to be, or the reviews need to be reviewed. Maybe with more time something like this might catch on, but the animation graphics are not that good either. Let's see if we did this and then did this. There's a game called Harmonium, Harmonium. Came out the 28th. It's the third game from this developer. It's 15% off for $4.24. It has no reviews. What kind of game is this? What kind of game is this? Like, seriously. Is this a RPG? Is this a paper doll game? Is this some kind of simulator? Let's see. Indie story-rich interactive fiction visual novel. Alright. 4 people played it at its all-time peak. And there are no reviews for it. It's too expensive. Why would anybody give it reviews? It looks like garbage. There's no consistency in the screenshots at all.
Your magic shall not save you. Your magic shall not save you.
Let's see. Alright, there's a game called Skyhawk. We need to burn through these games. Third game from this developer, 51% off at $6.31. That's pretty ambitious. It seems like it's just flying a interestingly designed helicopter, like a fictional hovercraft, I would suppose you would call it, not a helicopter. Only one person at the all-time peak. It's way too expensive, and it has no reviews. Save 40% off Achievement Hunter Dragon, which I imagine is part of a whole Achievement Hunter series, and yes it is. All of which are mixed reviews. 2 reviews for this game. This is just a cheap student project that should not be on sale.
What we do.
Even if it is 40% off for 59 cents. It's part of this buy 147,000 achievements bundle for $17.99. That's all this is about, is selling achievement fake games, because they can't do Steam trading cards anymore. So just buy all these garbage games that you'll... This game features 5,000 achievements. It's at the minimal allowable price. Real weapons, fearless protagonists. Like, the first 2 things are, we're going to give you a bunch of achievements for a really cheap price. Like that really even does anything or helps anybody. Alright, it's just cheating. So, let's go back here and see. We need to play 10 more Druid class cards, so maybe I could play a different deck, since we don't need to play any more characters that are 5+. So I might have a different Druid deck that helps a little bit better. My clicks don't seem like they're moving as fast as they should be. All 5 of those cards were disenchanted. Nothing Nothing new. Druid Helper. It's not the biggest Druid collection of cards. Or Custom Druid. Custom Druid is all Druid cards. Alright, good. We know what to play then. Play Custom Druid. So if it's an obvious fake game, one way I can clearly speed up things is say it's a fake game and just move on and not cover all the things. See, Gamasutra has a blog about a game called Turret Quest 2.0, a procedural RPG about turrets and narcolepsy, which are two very dissimilar games.
For Doomhammer.
I just recently learned that, like, the developer of Depression Quest was the lady that kind of caused all the drama that started. She was at least one of the first factors that started Gamergate. So I don't think I'd probably ever play her game, Depression Quest. I don't think I was ever going to get around to playing it anyways. But I should probably double check to just mark it as not interested, just to avoid drama. We've got a game called Panic Pump, Can You Save Them All? And this looks like some effort was put into this to make a something.
Time waits for no one.
It looks kind of like a cell phone game with 3D graphics, but then the real game is not those 3D, not really using the 3D graphics. It seems like the real game is just a marble moving puzzler game that is in the middle of the screen. Kind of like Pipe Dream maybe? With 3D graphics around it. Which makes me feel like this is asset flips. There's like customization of your character, but that's not what I think this game is. They say it's an action-adventure puzzler. See, this developer, this is the only game they've made. It's 40% off for $4.79. I don't think anybody would want to play this, and the all-time peak of 4 players seems to agree with that. Here we go. Let's see. Not recommended after 2.5 hours. Let's see. Deal 2 damage to me.
Time waits for no one. For the wild.
Like, warning, this is a timed game, and the time they give you to complete a level is very short, so you don't finish within a time limit, you automatically fail the level. Honestly, I don't like this game. I don't care for the cutesy graphics or the children screaming. Guess this is targeted to younger audience. The difficulty ramps way up after the first few levels. I hope the children that this is intended for are very fast. The controls are also very annoying. Try to slide a token out, and you end up rotating the entire cage. And that's the one review. And yeah, this feels like some asset flips and some mixes of some things that should not have been mixed. Let's see, let's go ahead and play this, and do this, do this, do this, and do that. Now, we haven't gotten any major response back to this, but Microsoft has tweaked the code of conduct for Xbox and other platforms, like Skype and Office and everything else. Let's see. Specifically, Microsoft says it's clarified its terms to note that offensive language is prohibited in publicly displaying or using its services to share inappropriate content and material involving, example, nudity, bestiality, pornography, offensive language, graphic violence, or criminal activity could lead to suspensions or bans on Xbox Live and other platforms. Additionally, one section notes that Microsoft reserves the right to review your content in order to resolve the issue while investigating alleged violations of the term. The language is notably ambiguous, says the Kama Sutra, and doesn't offer specific definitions of what constitute inappropriate content, especially given how this change could relate to things like public chat or communications in Xbox Live games or sharing clips from graphically violent games on the platform. The new agreement goes into effect May 1st. There was a law that was passed that I think affected some of that stuff, and why all it seems like out of the blue people are changing the rules, but also it's just in a dance to avoid turning into YouTube and having controversy after controversy after controversy. Here we go. Gematsu has a game called Chrono My Gao, MA:GIA. Game rules video. I think this is a free-to-play digital card game for iOS and Android that's coming out this spring. It's possibly not coming to the West though. So, like, trying to watch a cell phone game with black bars taking up most of the screen on the left and right is almost impossible. This looks like a card-based, kind of like Hearthstone game, except for it's anime girls, so it's not going to have that appeal to the broader audience. It looks very much like it is the standard Hearthstone / Magic the Gathering. I also heard Magic the Gathering, if anybody wants to give me feedback, has gotten really cheap with its card stock and had a bunch of problems, and so people aren't really happy with them and their past few years of actions. Yeah. So I really don't need to talk about cell phone games that probably won't even come out of Asia countries. Battletech has a release date now. What is that release date? When is this release date? Well, take a guess on which person says they have a release date and then don't say the release date in the article, and are gonna make me actually watch the video. If you said PC Gamer, you're right. Release date April 24th is the title of the video. Let's just kind of skip through here to see. Yeah, Battletech is more of a Western mech type giant mech robot. Not super giant robots, but giant robots. And Battletech also, I think, is the really complicated one that has tons of controls and inputs. Gotta speed up, gotta speed up. Alright, keep playing those droid cards. We don't need to talk about more characters being added to a game that's not out yet. There's a game called Lost in Space 2 on Steam from the maker of Lost in Space 1 and Home Alone Girlfriend, which is rated negatively, and Food Hunter. Let's see. This is just like a very simplistic flying around asteroids gravity-based game, it looks like. Very simple, very all-time players 6, selling for 99 cents with no discount. Minimalist type game. I could almost see the argument for the minimalism, this being called a minimalist game instead of a just kind of cheaply made game. But I'd say it's a little bit of both. Yeah, I can't recommend it even at a pretty cheap price of $1. It just seems like it's too simplistic, and that some other developer, if they were going to make a minimalist game where you're flying through just a bluish black background to go through white rings, somebody else could do that better. Moving on. Let's see. Well, this game got taken off. There was a game that was announced called PlayerUnknown's Battle Boxes. It's not on Steam anymore. So they did catch that one, at least after a couple days. But that is the first time we've ever run into a game that was caught within a day or two. And I imagine what killed it was the idea of using PlayerUnknown as the beginning of your title, since that is referencing an actual person. Here we have a game called Gothic Breaker, G-O-T-H-I-C-C Breaker. It looks like it is a very cheap Arkanoid clone. It's 25% off for $1.49. And it has nudity and sexual content, although this time it is pen and paper marker type drawings, really bad quality drawings that you'd expect from like a high school artist of gothic girls, which, to be fair, the anime franchise and the Japanese in general don't have the most grasp or love for gothic girls, but on the rare occasions that they do animate somebody in that style, they do it in a way that's a lot higher quality than this. And I guess just AAA developers certainly, they'll tease towards a gothic girl. They'll have a girl in leather boots, maybe with a leather choker, but they're not going to go full out. Every single bit of clothing is black, except for maybe not full throttle, but that other Double Fine, Broken Age. Broken Age may have had a gothic girl in it. Let's see. When you see, looking down here and seeing what they're recommending, they're recommending like Honey Pop and other games. Let's see. See, the positive recommendation here calls it a fun little adult achievement chaser that you get an hour of entertainment from for $1.50, which is asking a lot.
For the wild.
And they're saying price to content ratio is about right, and I'm like, not really. Like, here's a review that says view discussions, how to get rid of censorship. Positive, positive, positive. I don't believe these positive reviews. I don't trust them, whether they're real or not. Let's go down to the 1 negative versus the 16 positive. And we have a Chinese-Japanese person giving a negative review. I think that's the new scam, really, is give yourself 14 like fake positive reviews and then 1 negative review in a different language that nobody will ever see. Or at least your target demographic won't see. Next game we have is called Tenkyu, Tenkyu. Let's see. Only game by this developer, no discount, $2.99. Roll a ball through a 3D world to reach your goal. This is a sample game demo. If I've ever seen one, it's got no textures. Like, all of the 3D models are just light blue. You could see these ideas implemented better in any number of other games. This is just they're saying it's early access, but they want $3 for it. Like, no reviews, clearly. Nobody's gonna put any money into this. Don't put your games out as early access unless they are at least in beta. Like, it's just that simple. Like, you need to be feature complete. You need to have some kind of textures. You need to have something that would actually appeal to an average gamer. What is this? Meet Eve's search and rescue task force who will fly to the edge of space to save you. Oh yeah, this is a PC Gamer article about EVE Online. I'm not interested in EVE Online, so I'm going to close that tab. Wipeout Omega Collection VR update available today, so that kind of sucks that Wipeout Omega Collection is only for PS4, though it's not for PC. But I guess if that head-on soccer PlayStation VR game has come to Steam, there's a little bit of hope that everything will. Close that. There's a game called Spadysy, S-P-A-D-Y-S-S-E-Y. Like, let's see. Only game by this developer, no discount, $1.99. And this just looks like a collection of like music visualizations without the music visualizations. It's just some random lines of art. Oh, it's a game where you swipe left and you swipe right to control a character as you're flying through the psychedelic space odyssey type world.
I wonder.
It's just a bunch of potentially seizure-inducing lines and textures. This is a tech demo if ever. It says it's ESRB for everyone. Yeah, yep. Nobody's gonna buy this game. Nobody's gonna review it. Next game we have is Game of Stones. No reviews, came out the 28th. It's one of two games by this developer, and the other game is called Casual Games Bundle 2. There's no Casual Games Bundle 1, and that has mixed reviews in the first place. Game of Stones is 30% off for $6.29, which is way too expensive. There we go. So that's the Druid class. Last thing we need to do is play some Shaman cards. So let's find a Shaman deck and see what we've got. We have... This is a rogue deck, right? Yeah. I need to quit using this character as the rogue character. We have this Overload deck that's all full of Shaman cards, so we can play that. Let's see. And
they'll never see it coming.
We'll come back to this one. And I think we can keep more Guide Oracle where we are. We can keep Arthas where it is. Going the wrong way, clicking the wrong buttons. Overload, overload, overload. Here we are, and play. See, Game of Stones looks like it might be a evolved version of Clax, or it might just be a spin on Tetris in a different way, or reverse Tetris, going up the screen. It's just way too expensive a game. That's why it has no reviews, a one-time peak of one player. What do these people think they're doing? Like, I guess they're literally doing no market research at all. That's just what it has to be. They have to really think and be so dumb to not even see that, look, there's other people releasing games and they're not getting any sales, and they've been releasing games on Steam for a long time and they're still not getting sales. So Gundam Breaker is due worldwide for the PS4 and PC June 22nd. I think we already talked about Gundam Breaker. They have a desert stage that they're showing off. Like a lot of articles overlapping because I have so many everything, really, I guess. The Final Fantasy Explorers Force tops 2 million downloads. I believe this is a cell phone game. It did 2 million downloads in 2 weeks. Let's see. Apparently it's at the App Store and Google Play Store. So apparently you can play that worldwide. I mentioned this before, but I want to mention it again. Netflix is developing a live-action Carmen Sandiego movie and an animated Carmen Sandiego movie. So it would be really nice if they came out with a Carmen Sandiego video game. I'm not sure exactly how you'd make a Carmen Sandiego video game these days and how you'd keep it going and make it work. Would you go completely in different directions, or would you still try to make it something that is slightly educational and built around chasing after a criminal or a group of criminals? Or do you just make it a standard action game? Do you make it a point-and-click adventure game, something like Broken Sword? I mean, there's a lot of different things you could probably do.
I told you so.
Let's see. Planet Coaster is getting new movie-themed Studios Packs DLC. So yeah, I think I saw those on sale for Planet Coaster. They're quite a lot of them and quite interesting. Maybe pretty expensive too. In the end, Planet Coaster is not a game for me though. Let's see, there's a game on Steam called Goldmine. It has 14 user reviews that are 100% positive. And it's the only game from this developer. It's 99 cents with no discount. What kind of game is this? Looks like it's a clicker game with many different levels that you scroll down to gold. Goldmine. Oh, all-time peak of 35 people playing it. Let's see. Indie casual simulation strategy. Let's see.
Job's done.
Let's see. About this game. This is a game I wrote so I could have a bit of distraction at work. The idea is simple. You click a mine to mine a resource. Hire workers to do the mining for you, upgrade them, unlock new levels and worker types. It's a clicker game. You wrote a clicker game, is what you're saying. Here's one of the recommended reviews. Hashtag delete Facebook and get this game. Yeah, that's a fake review. Good game. Yeah, I don't believe this. I don't believe this for a second. Don't pay 99 cents for a clicker game. Go play time clickers. Go look at how many hours I've had time clickers running on my desktop and realize that that's the place. I'm gonna take this one out for safety. Let's see, there's a game called Billionaire. Let's see, it's 30% off for 69 cents. It doesn't look good. Looks like it's not even in English. It has all these language translations. It's a economic strategy game according to the description. Like, the review I'm seeing is not recommended. Game is overall very low quality. Took me only 37 minutes of semi-activity play in order to unlock all achievements, so I wouldn't even say it was worth the $1 unless you're an achievement hunter. In theory, this game has a good idea. Rather than just make money and buy upgrades type clicker, you have to sell stock of fish in order to make more lucrative stocks of fish. Keep on playing. Yeah, I wouldn't pay 70 cents for a bad looking game. I wouldn't pay anything for it. Snake Pass has a latest update to add a new free arcade mode, and it removes the controversial Switch item. What is the arcade mode? So that's a more interesting thing. I do want to get around to playing Snake Pass. So the arcade mode looks like it might be a score-based mode in which you're trying to collect as many fruits as the snake as possible in a certain amount of time.
I wonder.
Like, that's a game that I certainly wanted to get around to playing. There's a long list of those though, isn't it? Well, the good news is I'm looking at all these games as they come out, and I've only wishlisted maybe one in this entire week. Next game we have is called Deadly Blue. It's the only game by this developer. 10% off for $3.59. It's terribly drawn animations for it looks like a platformer puzzler. Like 2 people all-time peak. 10% off, $3.59. 25 levels in 5 different locations according to them, and no reviews. No, not surprisingly. Let's see. Let's see. Sega Gematsu has an article. Sega teases possible new Shining title announcement at Sega Fest 2018. Is Shining Resonance Refrain just a warm-up? What is Shining, though? I guess you have to know what Shining is. I guess that's a RPG, JRPG series, best I can tell. Next game we have on Steam is called Annotation of Love, which is being sold for free with 99-cent bonus content. At least they're getting the price right here. But this is, again, Stickman art. It looks bad. It's got no background. Let's see. What do we want to do? Kill this one. Annotation of Love is a set of 3 mini-games and 3 original Czech songs. While listening to the songs, you experience particular stages of love and critical points of revelation. So this whole game is just selling Czech music. Alright, well it's free. They're not recommended. If you're looking at this because you're an achievement hunter, stay away from this. One of the achievements requires you to support the dev and donate and buy some bogus DLC from the game. Achievements are not made to be paid for. but made to be unlocked by quote-unquote gaming. If I could leave a 0-star, I would. This is barely a game. This game stinks. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like garbage. And if you want to put out your Czech music, why don't you just put it out on Spotify or something? And you know, probably get more money putting music on a streaming service like Spotify than you would putting a bad game on Steam. Speaking of bad games on Steam, next game we have is called Bubble Strike. The animation just looks horrible. It's 40% off for $1.19. Every single image looks like it's directly taken from a cell phone port. The game looks like Bubble Bobble if Bubble Bobble was drawn by a 2-year-old. I wasn't really trying to win there, but okay. Let's see. Yeah, no reviews. Also gonna, while I'm here, we'll just follow PC Building Simulator because oh, Depression Quest is actually already in my inventory because it was a free game. Okay, well, I'm gonna mark that not interested so I don't ever play that game on accident. Back to Hearthstone playing. MAME is continuing to update itself to support more handheld LCD games. Let's see. Fire Emblem Heroes adds legendary hero Robin, which it'll be available. Fire Emblem Heroes is the iOS Android game.
Let the hunt begin for Doomhammer.
We already talked about this game. Don't need to talk about it again. PC Gamer has an article saying that KFC bucket emote on Twitch leads to more racist abuse. The emote was temporarily added as a chicken dinner tie-in promotion with PUBG. We reported last week about a weird but amusing partnership between Twitch, KFC, and various streamers that offered viewers a chance to win a free chicken dinners, real wood food, not the winner kind, simply by using the KFC bucket emote in Twitch chat. Basically, when a participating influencer wins a match, everyone who spams the bucket emote will be entered to draw a $20 gift card. Sounds good so far, except for the fact that I think they're about to talk about. Other prizes may be won, including a Colonel Sanders ghillie suit, which I don't know what that really even means. A survival spork, a med kit, which is basically a KFC bucket filled with gift cards. The soul is reasonably clever, slightly silly, and perfectly innocuous, and of course the whole thing went sideways very quickly. The problem is, as streamer Mythical Trihex Jefferson explained on Twitter, it's a racist connotation of fried chicken, and the fact that its potential for abuse never occurred to anyone before the emote was rolled out. I feel bad for people of colors right now on Twitch who can't look past that, he said during the stream. Come on, between Snickers and that one, someone's gotta get it together. I'm laughing because I'm dying inside. Do no black people work at Twitch? So yeah, there certainly are a group of people who don't like the generalization that black people love fried chicken, much like the same connotation that black people love watermelon. However, to be fair, a lot of people of all colors love fried chicken and watermelon. But it has some history in racism, I guess a little bit. But I mean, KFC is going to run into that problem wherever they try to advertise anywhere. The only difference here is that this allowed people to spam, I suppose, that emote in people's chat. But even if you can spam that emote in people's chat, I mean, that's exactly the same issue we had before, where there was an esports person who spammed something that somebody else took as racist, where other people could take it as not racist. And it's just like, if you're gonna allow the most easily offended person ever to dictate what is offensive and what isn't, they're going to dictate that everything is offensive, and this is kind of innocuous, and to use that phrase again, it's like, no duh. Like, it's an innocuous thing that people can use to do bad things, in the same way that a pin is an innocuous thing that you could either do really great things with a pin, or you can stab somebody with a pin. It's really a tool. It's the people. Let's see. I don't want to go too much into that. So we already talked about that. Killing Floor 2 has an Infinite Onslaught update now. Ushers in new endless modes. Can't believe people are still playing Killing Floor 2. I can't believe people are still advertising Killing Floor 2. Outlast 2 is getting a more laid-back story mode, which, but don't worry, you can still die. Story modes, easier ways to play games like Outlast 1 and 2 would be appreciated for me, certainly, as somebody who hasn't gotten around to playing those games and would want a quicker experience if they were going to play those games. Let's see, there's a game called Gamble, G-A-M-B-O-L, on Steam. Came out the 27th. It's $9.99, way too expensive. I can tell you already. You can't sell your game for $10 unless you're a AAA publisher and you've done some advertising. This looks like a Super Meat Boy type clone, and it actually looks pretty good. It looks fast-paced. All-time peak of 2 people, however, and 2 recommended reviews. So I guess the all-time peak is a little not as descriptive as it should be. That's to say, at one point 2 people were playing, not only 2 people have ever played this game. There we go.
I told ya so.
Yeah, this game, Gamble, in particular, is suffering for its own greed. If this was a 69-cent game, I would give it maybe a shot. But since it's a $10 game, everybody's got their mind in the sky. The next game I have on Steam is called Barrow, B-A-R-R-O. Seems like this developer has put a lot of ugly looking games on Steam. It's 40% off for $1.19.
I told ya so.
Let's just keep playing. Barrow looks like it's an asset flip of a racing game. Maybe it isn't. Maybe this is all new art. Let's see. All-time peak of 6 players. 40% off for $1.20. Doesn't have any reviews for these 10 challenging tracks that all look exactly the same. 4 different cars, which is far too few. Let's see. Negative review here. Worst effing game ever. I've ever played. The game catfished me and my mate. It says it's a multiplayer online, however, the only split screen is available. The worst soundtrack available, worst $1.20 you could possibly spend. Do not listen to the other review. Do not buy. Let's see, that's 1 negative review versus 3 positive reviews, and I believe the negative review. There's also like some DLC here trying to double the price on you. Sneaky. Yep. Barrow as a game, it's the beginning of something, but it needs more tracks, it needs more variety in the tracks, and it needs more cars by far. Let's see. There's a not so much game, even though it's being sold under games, called Intro Maker. A very easy customizer intro maker for your upcoming streams. Many customizations and maps will engage and allow people to know your stream will be starting. So, like, it's for YouTube streamers. It's the only software released by this person on Steam. It's 15% off for $4.24. I imagine these are all asset flips. And really it's just, can you... it has like Twitch settings and other options and music and sound, and you can change the graphics. Let's see.
There is little time.
It's early access. Let's see. Says I've released this game to get some testing and feedback. Most of the maps will be a moving or static 3D environment and will have customization for every level. The list of commands are lighting, After Effects. After Effects, I don't know what that means in this instance. User interface, music and sound, other options, Twitch chat, settings, chat and poll. Some of the upcoming features will be voted on in game. Custom user levels, more options, more maps, movable user interface, more UI fonts. There's no way in the world I would use this. Here's the reason above anything else. Last thing you want is your recording software to have to deal with a different program to record and switch scenes. Like, I just don't want to have to switch scenes and accidentally have it on Intro Maker when it should be on Hearthstone. And I don't want another program running up my CPU and GPU. So it's a bad idea, it's an expensive idea, and it's listed as a game when it should be listed as software. Let's see. No English support for this game, so, and it's a free-to-play game anyway, so I'm just going to close that. I think we have to draw a line at free-to-play games. We're almost to the end. There's a game called Quirky Crook. It looks very simple, like tiny little red and blue dots. Very sharp animation. It looks like if you were trying to do something like Snake. Yes, it is exactly Snake. It's Snake with a little bit of Tron in it. It's the third game by this developer. It's 15% off for 84%. Yeah. No, I don't think I'd recommend a game that's just a Snake clone. Even though this looks like this might be... At least somebody was trying to do something here and working within their own limitations. This isn't just... They flipped some assets to make their game look a lot better than they could actually do. Let's see. Just need a couple more Shaman cards and we'll be done for the day, I believe. See, Drift Tuner came out February 1st, 2018. It has mixed reviews. 66% of 18 user reviews in the last 30 days are positive.
Versus Malfurion.
It's $10. What got me towards this website? Like this game. Let's see. Let's see the negative review. While there's actually a good game here, it's very unfinished, and from what I can figure out, you're just supposed to free roam drift. That's it. No races, no events, just random room that you and some other guys host. Okay, well, even with fancy looking cars, I can see why I wouldn't want to play a game where you're just free roam drifting. You could certainly get like one of the Dart games to do that instead.
Happy New Year!
There was a report on the 26th that the Worms creator Team 17 could go public for a $280 million deal. There's been no new news on that, so that's still a report.
There is little time.
There's a game on Steam called Boy in Labyrinth by WBT Games for $4.99. Looks like an RPG Maker type game, although it may just be a Labyrinth type game and nothing else. What is this labeled as? Indie and pixel graphics is all it's tagged as. Too expensive, and for that reason, even though this has been out since March 26th, it has no reviews, all-time high of 2 people playing it. I just got my icons back. I have not had my icons on my Chrome browser for almost a week now, because I've had so many pages open. Next game on Steam is Tower Defense Sudan Attack. Who wants to guess that this is a piece of garbage? It's released by somebody who's released a lot of games, none of which look strikingly great. All-time peak of 2, 30% off for 69 cents. Let's see. Negative review is, I've seen worse but 3 short levels. Refunded out of principle. Yep. And see, that's the thought, is like, for these short games, maybe just out of principle you need to refund. Finish the whole game within 15 minutes is the next review. There are only a few episodes and so few weapon options. Waste of $1 but nothing else. I think that's kind of what Valve wants. Like, that people refund things. And if you think about how like Barnes and Noble runs their whole company, from what I hear, they're totally built around the idea of getting credits and refunds because they buy too many books and then they don't sell on shelves. Maybe there's a similar system that will feel a little creepy and wrong to an end consumer, but maybe there is a system we should embrace here on Valve where you just feel okay to refund the game, even if you played it all the way through, even if you kind of enjoyed it. If it doesn't give you 2 hours of entertainment, then you still should get it for free. Particularly if you know you're never gonna play that game again. Like, alright, I'm looking at this game, Old Factory. It's an asset flip, first-person shooter, zombie, garbage. This is not that many of games like this actually come out. 30% off at 69 cents. Negative reviews, very boring, cheap indie FPS. The main problem with the game is there's like, oh, it's just one map slowly respawning enemies. Just an asset flip. Next game is Space Escape from Cow Corp. It's 20% off for 79 cents. all-time peak of 3 people playing it. Graphics a little bad, but not terrible. You're going down a tube in a vehicle. I think I've seen some arcade game that's very similar to this. I don't remember the name of it. Is it Polybus? No, I don't know. Let's see. No reviews. Nobody willing to spend 79 cents to play this game and review it. And it's a little weird, the ones that do get reviews, because it's often very random. Like, I've seen a lot worse games get reviews than some of the sort of good games that might sell for 69 cents, and they just don't get any coverage. Next game we have a Survival Planet from Nexus Lab, the only game they have released on Steam. It's $11.19 with 30% off. Early access. Let's see what the all-time peak is. I've been talking one person. I'm gonna drink some water here.
Job done.
Yeah, no reviews. Survival Planet, not worth playing. That's in turn. We already talked about that. And I'm at the Humble Bundle, Jumbo Bundle 11 sale. And let's see. They've put out some more games for the pay more than the average of $5.15 now. You can get Kathy Rain and Flat Kingdom Papers Cut Edition, or Papers Cut Edition. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any more games, but I could pay the $5.15 and get that. I also need to use the key for Spectre Optics Line that I got the other day. Haven't been able to get to the Humble Bundle stores to use the key. Hearthstone's slowly trickling out cards. I can look at all of them right now, but I don't think we really have time for that. We will look at all the cards, and it seems like they are kind of gonna show almost every card. They've been trying different ways to do this, certainly since it became a big deal. Where they were giving it to streamers, I think, before, and websites to display certain cards. But I'm gonna leave that page where it is, and I'm gonna see if I can do that. See if we can go down the Twitter feed and see anything else. We've been going almost 2 hours in this recording. Still a lot of randomness in the duration of my streams. Let's see. Hearthstone said on Twitter, "We'd like to take a moment to apologize for lack of communication and to shed some light on the recent changes to ranking experiences in Legend on March rank system. Play season, full statement here." Let's see. They're probably apologizing at the end of this month for the fact that it feels like nobody is ending where they should be. At least that's my experience. I'm struggled this month to get up to rank 20. Really had to struggle to get to rank 20.
Time waits for no one.
They found a Prey 2 canceled project video. So if you go to PC Gamer, you can see the gameplay video showcasing Human Head's canceled Prey 2 project. Probably could just search Human Heads Cancel Play 2 project. Scrolling down my Twitter. Interesting, we've got another glitch. This game is glitchy. It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse about being glitchy too. Some weird game there. Weird old games. Let's open this pack. Ooh, an epic. And a legendary. And what kind of cards were these? Are these classic cards? Did I just get an epic and a legendary from a classic?
Legendary.
I think I might have. That's on my American account. That is perfect. What do we get? We're getting rid of the 3 regular ones. And then we'll just type in new. This is a Kobolds and Catacombs. Alright. So these were Kobolds and Catacombs cards. Let's see. All cards. No new cards. So if we just go to Kobolds and we type in missing this time. Be interesting to see how many cards are missing. There's a decent number of them. Legendary ones and epics and even some rares that over the course of Year of the Raven we'll get more of these packs and fill in these things, and we'll have almost a complete collection, I suspect, right as it goes into Wild. Hey, let's see, do we have somebody playing? Let's just pick this random. No, let's pick this person because they're at rank 8. Let's spectate here as I'm still scrolling through my Twitter.
Back to work.
Apparently Fortnite and Call of Duty World War II drove digital game spending in February. I'm not even gonna go any further with that. That's just gonna be a bit of news. Let's see. New game on Steam. A new sex game called Maidens of a Hollow Dream. You can tell from the screenshots in the first place. See, Mafia 2 and Mafia 3 are available on GOG with limited time 50% discounts if you're a GOG person. Dying Light's latest content drop includes a new Against the Clock Prison Heights mode.
The menagerie is for guests only.
In the light's name.
Scrolling down. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, says she's excited about the new YouTube Red original BTS Burn the Stage. Which, who knows what that's about. I don't have YouTube Red, don't care to give more money to YouTube than when they're not giving me money in the first place. I suppose I should mention they never cut me a check for the money they owed me. I think they said they were going to pay out to everybody, but I think they're going to sit for at least a year or not give it to anybody until they shut down their AdSense account. Which means if you ever have any hope of getting ads back on your channel, you have to let that money sit forever.
The blade
thirsty.
Now, over the weekend, I'm going to try to curate some of these games and get rid of us. Try and have a not as long of a list of garbage games, because this entire stream has been a lot of garbage games. Susan Wojcicki has another one called Learn Yoga with the Indian Prime Minister on his YouTube channel. Why does the Indian Prime Minister have a YouTube channel? 3 hours ago, Hearthstone number 867 aired on my channel. PUBG 4x4 kilometer map test begins Monday, and we'll have early access keys to give away, says PC Gamer. Apparently Booze makes you a better wizard in the Bard's Tale 4, greatest RPG, great RPG combat. PUBG has kicked off its latest limited time event mode. The team at Gearbox Publishing talks GDC, social holidays, and more in this month's blogs. I'm not going to read the blogs from Gearbox. That first one was not worth people's time. Let's see, Compulsion Games has an article about their development on We Happy Few. Couldn't really care about We Happy Few now. They blew it. They blew any interest in that game a year ago. Really?
Hey, goons! Over here!
Another game came out on Steam. We don't need to cover those. Just trying to see if any major event has happened. The world hasn't ended. We're not in World War III. Things like that. 4 hours ago, Rise of the Tomb Raider 20th year celebration number 53 aired on my channel. Gotta be getting pretty close to being done with that series.
Be thirsty.
Apparently somebody is using automotive liquid to cool their CPU. I'm not sure. That's a smart move. Scrolling down Twitter, scrolling down Twitter.
Back to your homes.
You know, spectating somebody else is a great way to keep things good. And see, 4 hours ago we started the stream, which tells me, yes, nothing I see below this point will be new. Well, I finally got my icons back. I've finally gone through all of the list. Monday will be a more curated experience. E3 is coming eventually, certainly. And now we're in a weird position because, like, this guy is either rank number 5 legendary or he is in rank 5. I think he might be or he might be doing an arena run. No, he's rank 8. So yeah, he's not rank 5 legendary, so he must be 2 victories into an arena run. So I don't want to both sit here and do nothing and watch this person, but I also don't want to break this. So let's look at this Mark Branch update while he's still playing. Okay. We implemented the 30 game requirement to earn competitive points for March 2018, we also increased how much your rank shifted after each match in order to make matches played feel more meaningful. Together, these changes accomplished what they set out to do. Legend players who were previously being completely inactive to preserve their rank were actively competing on the ladder again, and their ranks were adjusted accordingly. We reverted the increase to how much your rank rating shifted back to the normal rate a few days ago to ensure that competition for end-of-season rankings wasn't as volatile. So they pulled the rug out from whatever they were doing, which would have created a frustrating experience for players who were aiming for certain ranks. Please accept our sincerest apologies for not telling you about these changes as we're making them. We're committed to doing a better job. Like, what? Topic is locked, so you can't comment even if you wanted to. Like, this is ridiculous. You made a change and you didn't even stick with it for a month. Like, stick with it for a month, have a disastrous month, and then say, well, that didn't work, oops, we'll change it for next month. The thing now, are they going to revert it back as soon as the month's over? And what do you take from that? It's like, are they just going to constantly change how much a game is worth based on random factors? Like, that's not fair. Like, don't change the rules. This isn't wrestling. This isn't WWE. You don't change the rules just so to make it more exciting. I'm looking at this Human Heads canceled Prey 2 demo. It looks fine. It looks like a nice first-person shooter. Which, okay, it's kind of a shame. I'm surprised they didn't bother to do, like, by renaming your new game Prey, you really killed the chance of there ever being another game called Prey in this series. You've ruined your intellectual property, your IP, by using the name for something else just to save yourself a little bit of lawyer fees and copyright claims. Alright, let's see. We've done everything, and we've done the Tavern Brawl. Let's prepare ourselves for disappointment here. 6,400 at least packs, 64 packs at least are going to be purchased at the next, when the expansion comes out. Let's go back to our European account and just see if we've done the Tavern Brawl, because that's the only thing that could really have been something why I've got confused on, is if I didn't actually ever succeed. Nope, we did the Tavern Brawl, and we did this. This leaves me the weekend. 60 packs for the European account going to be open. For this weekend, I can get into Darksiders 2, which the audio for the first 2 episodes are going to be too loud because of my Yeti setup. It's driving me crazy. I have no idea why it feeds back that way. Let's see, I'm looking at this game, Maidens of a Hollow Dream, on Steam, that just came out. And let's see, tags, indie, casual, sexual content. Looks like it's a very cheaply animated bullet hell shooter that's gonna just have a few scenes in there trying to... They're like background images or bosses or something, where you're fighting giant monster bosses. Yeah, it's certainly not a game worth actually playing or owning. Like, don't get tricked. Don't get honeypotted. And we've done this Tavern Brawl too. Let's see. And they want a massive $8.99 for this game too. Close that. Well, that's it for this stream. No need for a post show. I'm always glad when we don't have to do post shows. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me, gift me a game or gift me a Steam gift card. Gift me a game on Steam or a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good